We are Southwest. We are Southwest.
The recent flurry of injuries to the Rangers roster might have put a lesser team in a tailspin. 3 of their 5 starting pitchers, a pair of key relievers, and the starting first baseman all out. Yet all this team has done in that time is win. 6 straight series, to be exact. It's a testimony to the remaining players stepping up and the quality of this organization to fill the holes. Tonight, they face another team ravaged by injuries, the Oakland A's. Texas Rangers baseball is next on Fox Sports Southwest. Under brilliantly blue skies, Rangers ballpark in Arlington with a stiff south breeze blowing in from right field. The Rangers and the Oakland Athletics getting set to start a 4-game weekend series. And welcome in, everyone. Along with Tom Grieve, I'm Steve Busby, sitting in for Dave Barnett. And it's no secret in years past, as soon as the weather heats up, the Rangers heat up. And that's exactly what's happening. But I think you can look to one guy as a microcosm of that, and that's been the cleanup man for the Rangers, Adrian Beltre.
No doubt, Steve. There's been a lot of guys that are starting to get hot. Adrian is right in the middle of a great hot streak. He slumped a little bit for a week or 10 days, didn't last very long. And now over the last 2 weeks and about 50 at-bats, all he's doing is hitting over 500. His on-base percentage is close to 550. He's had 25 hits. Slugging percentage is near 800. He's playing great third base right now. He's been the Rangers' best player the last couple of weeks.
Well, the Rangers certainly hope he keeps it up, and everybody else kind of chimes in. Tonight, Scott Feldman gets a mulligan against the Oakland Athletics, who treated him rather rudely last time out in Oakland. He'll try it again to get some revenge. The Rangers are looking to make it 3 in a row as they take on the Oakland Athletics in the first of 4. Coming up next on Fox Sports Southwest. Is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealer. You want to break up with a vehicle that's breaking down? Then head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. And by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. large crowd filing in again. Rangers averaging just under 44,000 this year. And before we get started and give you the starting lineups, let's check in with Emily Jones. Emily?
Well, Scott Feldman getting another crack at the starting rotation tonight, Buzz. And to say that he hasn't had breaks go his way would be putting it mildly. However, Scott is 1-6 with a 6 ERA as he makes his 8th start of the season. He said it shouldn't be much different than what he's been used to so far this season.
I was getting pretty accustomed to working every 5 days, so it hasn't been too long since I was just doing that, so hopefully there's really no adjustment at all.
Scott Feldman with tonight's Geico quote of the game, and you never know what's going to motivate players, and perhaps Scott Feldman being moved from the bullpen to the rotation, back to the bullpen, and now back into the rotation will serve as a little bit of motivation, and we'll see how he handles it here tonight, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. Yes, we certainly will see. Ron Washington and Jackie Moore and the rest of the coaching staff looking forward to seeing Scott Feldman turn in a gem the way he did against San Diego last time out. And here's the Oakland lineup that Bob Melvin will have facing Scott Feldman tonight. Coco Crisp leading off as he has done the last 12 ball games. And Jamal Weeks at second. He's the second baseman. Josh Reddick is in right field. Yoenis Cespedes is the designated hitter. He bats cleanup. Seth Smith in left field bats fifth. Third baseman is Brandon Inge. Batting seventh and playing first base, Brandon Moss. Derek Norris, the young catcher, will bat eighth. And Cliff Pennington, the switch-hitting shortstop, bats ninth.
And we will look at the Nissan scouting report for Scott Feldman. 1-6. Won his last start, though, with a nice game in San Diego. 21 strikeouts and 2 walks in his last 4 starts. That's something positive. 6 innings in his last start. That was his longest outing of the season, his best outing of the season. And so hopefully for Scott, things are headed in the right direction.
And we'll take a look at the supporting cast behind Scott Feldman. Defensively for the Rangers, Hamilton in left. Leonis Martinez center. David Murphy gets the start in right. Michael Young at first. Ian Kinsler at second. Elvis Andrus at short, and Adrian Beltre at the hot corner. Yorvi Torrealba behind the plate tonight. And Scott Feldman looking for his second win of the season. Umpiring crew tonight, Greg Gibson, in his 14th year of Major League service out of the University of Kentucky, is behind the plate. Jerry Davis is the crew chief. He's at first. Phil Cuzzy is the second base umpire, and Manny Gonzalez is over at third. Just about ready to get things underway. Oakland comes in, one of the hottest teams in the American League for the last couple of weeks. They have a 15-10 mark in the month of June, and this will be their first winning month with that many wins since May of 2010. So it's been a while, and these Oakland A's are not the same A's the Rangers saw at the first of the month. Coco Crisp is leading things off now instead of Jamal Weeks. And Crisp has been very good at the top of the order in the last 12 ball games. First ball swinging, he pops it up. And an easy play for Adrian Beltre right near the mound. A 1-pitch, 1 away for Feldman. That's the way to get it started.
Well, first pitch swing, looking for a fastball. Got jammed. A little dinky pop-up that Adrian turned into a simple out.
Oh, on this 97-degree night, Coco Crisp doesn't waste any time. And this is an Oakland team that sees the most pitches of any team in baseball per at-bat. They see almost just a click under 4 pitches per every at-bat. So Coco Crisp going against the grain. And now here's the former leadoff hitter, Jamal Weeks. Both Crisp and Weeks switch hitters. Weeks takes a pitch a little bit low from Feldman. That good sinker for Scott. Weeks at .221, as you'll note. .316 on base percentage. And that's one of the reasons why he was taken out of the leadoff spot by Bob Melvin. There's a strike from Scott Feldman. Bob Melvin taking over the Athletics last year. And he knew he had a project on his hands. Oakland very poor offensively last year. They thought they made some fixes. It hasn't panned out completely that way, but they're showing signs of getting back on the rise, especially in this month of June. They've been much better offensively, but they are still at the bottom or near the bottom in most offensive categories in the American League.
Yeah, they won a game the other day where they had like 3 or 4 base runners. They got a home run by Coco Crisp to lead off the game, a home run a little later on, and then won the game 2-1. So they're getting a little bit better offense, but without the pitching they're getting, their record would not be the same.
And we'll detail that pitching for you. It has been something. Weak ground ball out to Elvis. Gets rid of it quickly, and Weeks is retired. 2 gone. Good pitch by Scott Feldman. Looked like that cut fastball in on Weeks' fists. A 2 up, 2 away, and now Josh Reddick will step to the plate. Scott Feldman asking for a new baseball. That one apparently not to his liking. So Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire, complies and tosses a new piece of cowhide out to Scott Feldman. Reddick, the team leader with those 17 home runs. He's the first player for the A's to have that many home runs before the end of June since Nick Swisher did that. That's going back 7 years. 1 ball, no strikes. Pretty impressive. You get him 2 strikes, you think you got the hitter in the hole, and he's hit almost half of his home runs on a 2-strike count. And make that another one. That's belted to right field toward the upper deck and just misses it, but it's gone. Josh Reddick with his 18th home run, and the A's jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Look at it again. It didn't look like a terrible pitch. A lot of left-hand hitters like the ball down and in. And that looked like a breaking ball, maybe a slider or a cutter, down and in. And he just golfed it right on out of here. It's got a little bit more of the plate than he wanted. He definitely didn't miss it.
So the A's jump on top very quickly. And now their cleanup man, Yoenis Cespedes, will step in. Cespedes hampered since the Rangers saw him in Oakland at the beginning of the month by a hamstring problem. He looks at a strike from Scott Feldman. That home run, by the way, off the bat of Reddick, 398 feet. And for Scott Feldman, that is the 6th home run he's allowed in 42 innings of work. Feldman back to the plate, and the breaking ball is just a bit outside. He hits 1-1. Cespedes leading the rookie contenders this year, and he is a rookie out of the island nation of Cuba. 9 home runs, 32 RBI. And Feldman's pitch low and away. So Scott Feldman, after getting a couple of quick outs, both crisp and Weeks, and then giving up the home run to Josh Reddick, has fallen behind 2-1 to Cespedes. Threw him a breaking ball, and Cespedes tapping it foul. It's now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Cespedes swings the bat, and he's got some big time power. He's hit a couple of home runs, several of them, to win games for the A's. He's a definite home run threat in the middle of the lineup. When he was out with an injury, their offense really suffered. But he's having a solid year for the at-bats that he's had.
The 2-2 from Feldman, and the count goes full. So Cespedes sitting in that number 4 spot. If he is able to get on base, Seth Smith is waiting in the on-deck circle. Crowd just settling into their seats here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Trying to get Scott Feldman through the first inning without any further damage. And the pitch is skied to right center field. Hit pretty well going back. Leonis Martin, now he puts on the brakes, comes back toward the infield just a bit, and handles it for out number 3. Josh Reddick with the solo home run gets open on the board in the first. 1-0 A's as the Rangers come up in the first inning. And here's the lineup that Ron Washington has penciled in this evening. Ian Kinsler leads off. He's at second. The shortstop, Elvis Andrus, bats second. Josh Hamilton in left field tonight. Adrian Beltre cleans things up. He's the third baseman. Michael Young will start at first. He's batting fifth. Nelly Cruz handles the DH chores tonight and hits sixth. David Murphy in right field bats seventh. Murphy Torrealba behind the plate. And Leonis Martin bats ninth and plays center field.
Look at the Nissan scouting report on Tyson Ross. 2-7. His ERA is over 6, so he has struggled, especially against left-handed hitters. Been okay against right-hand hitters, but lefties have hit .350 against him. Throws a lot of pitches, 17 pitches an inning. That's the 8th most in the American League. But he's got good stuff. He's got a good arm. Got a good fastball, good stuff.
And Ian Kinsler turning that good stuff around. He doubles at least into the left field corner. Seth Smith over there to grab the ball off the carom, and Ian Kinsler, one of the heating up Rangers, gets his 25th double of the year to start off the Ranger attack.
The Rangers gave up a couple in the first the other day, and Ian homered right off the bat. And now you have to think with the guys coming up behind Ian after a leadoff double, Rangers have a great chance to score. Be disappointed if they don't, that's for sure.
Now Ian Kinsler is safe at second. Safe and secure, New York life. Now, Kinsler had a 2-hit game yesterday and started picking things up at second. Nobody out. Now Elvis Andrus up there with an opportunity to at least get him over to third. Way outside the first pitch from Tyson Ross. Elvis comes in with a 5-game hitting streak intact. That average up over the 300 mark, 303, and his on-base percentage continuing to climb. He and Ian Kinsler at the top of the order, doing a great job of getting on base of late. And you want reasons why the Ranger offense is heated up. That's a primary reason right there. Those two guys setting the table for the middle of the order. Look out. Fastball up and in, and Elvis down in a heap at home plate. Is that a backup slider that he threw up there?
Yeah, I think it was.
Elvis wasn't hanging around to make sure.
Yeah, you're not going to say, oh, good, that's a slider. I think I'll just let it hit me in the head. Diving just as fast. I don't care what it is.
That's survival instinct kicking in. 2 balls and no strikes. And Ross turned to first. Coming into tonight, American League leaders in hits, and Derek Jeter just 2 ahead of Adrian Beltre and 7 ahead of Elvis. 2 of the top 5 right in the top part of that Ranger batting order. Ross is ready. And Kinsler going to third. The pitch is bunted foul. And
I don't think he was bunting. I think he had his bat in front of the catcher to distract the catcher to let Ian steal the base, and his bat hit the ball anyway.
I think you're exactly right, Tom. That's what it looked like. And Elvis, kind of a sheepish grin on his face. Oh, my goodness, I can't believe I did that.
He just didn't bring the bat back quick enough. He left it out there too long. Ian had the base stolen, it looked like.
So the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Now the shortstop Pennington kind of dogging Kinsler back to the bag a little bit. There he goes again. He stopped, put the brakes on. Didn't have quite as good a jump as the pitch before. So Ian, understanding the situation, decided not to test it. And the pitch was a strike. It's 2-2 now to Andrus. Elvis in that 5-game hitting streak, close to 500. Ross a couple of looks back, and Elvis hits it out of play down the right side. Still trying to take that ball to the right side. Let's take a look at the A's defense tonight, brought to you by the Home Depot. Smith in left, Crispin center, Reddick in right field. First around to third, Brandon Moss, Jemile Weeks the second baseman, Pennington, and Brandon Inge over at third. Derek Norris, the outstanding young catcher for the A's, behind the plate, and Tyson Ross, the big 6'6", 230-pound right-hander out of the University of California, Berkeley. The 2-2. That's popped up down the right side. Moving toward the line is Reddick. And in foul territory makes the catch. Tagging at third, moving up is Ian Kinsler. A great job by Kinsler because the A's have an excellent throwing outfield. And Reddick has the strongest arm of all of them. And he made a strong throw, but well offline. And Kinsler now at third base with one out for Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, that's the difference between a lot of outfielders and the Ranger outfielders. Strong arms, but that ball is way offline throwing it to third base, and that's not that long a throw. I don't think he expected Ian to go, and look where that throw was. You see a Ranger throw, usually Nelly Cruz from that point, it's going to be right on the bag from that close. That's one you got to think you should throw him out right there. I think Ian surprised him.
Well, now the A's are going to go into the overshift. They will give up the run 4 and out with Hamilton at the plate. And Tyson Ross' first pitch is a knee-high strike. It's 0-1. Hamilton's average continuing to fall now down to 312. But he's still leading in RBI. He's second in home runs with those 24 round trippers. Ross back to him. And a ground ball to the right side. That'll get the run home. Weeks throws out Hamilton. And coming in to score, Ian Kinsler and Hamilton's RBI. We are back dead even at 1 apiece. Ross driving in his 68th run of 2012. Now that's what you call manufacturing a run. A productive out by Elvis Andrus, good base running by Ian Kinsler, and then Hamilton making contact, getting the ground ball with the infield playing back.
Yeah, that's, unless Ian was going to steal third base before Josh hit that ground ball, that's like stealing a run to go from second to third on that little pop-up down the right field line.
Here's Beltre, and the first pitch inside to Adrian. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Talked about Adrian in our opening comments. Boy, those numbers are just fantastic for Beltre. And outside goes ball 2. So Tyson Ross about ready to throw his 13th pitch of the night. 25-year-old right-hander. And he's coming back to the plate. A little big rip at a fastball, and it's fouled back. Let's take a look at the batting leaders on the Ford leaderboard this evening. Coming into play tonight, Mike Trout leading the American League. Adrian Beltre 11 points behind him. Then it's Konerko, Mauer, and Escobar. Oh, Mike Trout, he has been something for the Angels. Another swing and a foul back to the screen. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Beltre.
Trout's leading the league in hitting. He's hitting .344. Beltre's hitting .333. He's second.
Ross working from the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber, and Beltre waiting. Ground ball. Bobbled by Moss. He recovers in time to underhand to Ross covering. Side retire, but the Rangers get the ball game tied, a run on a hit, and nobody left. On to the second. Rangers 1, A's 1. His Ranger teammates have given him a new lease on life, a 1-1 ball game. And Feldman will face Seth Smith, the A's left fielder, to start things off. And Feldman's first pitch just off the outside corner for ball one. Smith at .259 for the year. You can see his power numbers, good on base percentage. That's one area where the A's have improved dramatically in the month of June. Their walks, team on base percentage has risen. Not quite to respectability, but it's on the rise, and that's something you have to be aware of. Odd thing about Smith, much better hitter away from O'Datco Coliseum in Oakland. Feldman with a 2-0. Waved at and missed.
Good pitch right there. Fastball count, threw him a splitter, fooled him. Put a little doubt in your mind now whether you're going to see a fastball.
Scott Feldman was not able to use that splitter very effectively his first time against Oakland back in the first week of June up in Oakland. He just got ravaged in that second inning by the A's. That fastball fouled straight back, and the count is even now at 2-2.
Yeah, that combination works pretty good. 2-0. If you throw that fastball, maybe he's looking for it. Definitely looking for it. Maybe hits it. Throw him the splitter and then the fastball. You put that doubt in his mind. He wasn't ready to hit your fastball.
Now Feldman wants to have Torrealba recycle the signs, and we'll start all over again. Smith, as you can see, that widespread stance, slightly open. Feldman back to him, swinging, strike three. Well, he threw that fastball by him, a cut fastball, and that is out number one. And let's welcome Jim Knox in. Jim.
All right, thank you, Steve. Hey, nice crowd on this Thursday night, including a couple of little leaguers having a good time. You're going to get a foul ball up here, I promise you tonight, okay, big guy? There you go. Community Corner tonight. The Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation, as well as the Foundation for Kids, have teamed up to give a Summer to Remember for the Lena Pope home in Fort Worth. Those kids, you know, they travel around, go to museums, also took a tour here at the ballpark, as well as Fox Sports Southwest Studios. They had a great summer so far. And to find out more about this outstanding program, log on to TexasRangers.com/foundation. Steve?
All right, Jim, thank you. And Scott Feldman dropping in a slow hook to Brandon Inge. It's one strike to the A's third baseman. Now it's a ball and a strike, and Inge, one of the guys that has been pretty rough on Scott Feldman. The numbers overall for Inge, not all that impressive, but he's been much better since coming over from the Detroit Tigers, where he got off to a miserable start this year. Feldman back to him, and the next pitch is low. Inge, 4 out of 9 against Feldman, with a home run and a couple of walks. So Scott is yet to find the magic formula to facing Brandon Inge. That pitch sky to right field, down the corner. Murphy headed toward the foul pole in foul territory. Just does make the catch.
Perfect timing. Just barely stayed in the ballpark. Not a lot of room down there in foul territory. David saw the look on his face, the concentration, stayed right with it. He knew where that ball was going to be. It was high enough, so he got there in plenty of time. Thank you for not reaching out for that ball. That was very catchable.
So 2 gone, and that'll bring up the left-handed hitting Brandon Moss. Folks down there in the triangle.
And that's what you should do, fans. If you can reach out to catch a ball like that, let it go. Definitely if it's a Ranger player waiting to catch it. Now, I'm going to leave it up to your own discretion otherwise. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'll leave it up to you. But if it's a Ranger player, let him catch it.
1-0 pitch to Moss, and the count is even. Pretty good off-speed pitch. It looked like that splitter from Scott Feldman. Moss, 7 home runs, 12 driven in. Part of the revolving door that the Athletics have had at first base. They've had 4 different starting first basemen. Pitch foul back. And Moss, the latest to be given an opportunity to play there. Last 5 games, though, he hasn't exactly lit it up, as you can see. Struggling a bit, just 1 for 17. 9 strikeouts, the big thing that I think Bob Melvin is concerned about with these young players. The 1-2 pitch from Feldman. And the cut fastball sails high. It's 2-2. Moss waiting as Feldman goes through the signs. Now the right-hander's ready. The 2-2 pitch. Little number right back to Scott Feldman. That's a
Pick at all of his fingers.
complete saw-off job, and Scott Feldman has, in effect, a shutdown inning. Rangers able to come back and tie it up, and Scott made it work through the second. Young, Cruz, and Murphy coming up in the bottom of the second. On the National League's top players in the 2012 MLB All-Star Game. Don't miss the battle for World Series home field advantage. It's on Tuesday, July 10th at 6:30 Central on Fox. The road to October starts now. All-Star Game, first time in Kansas City since 1973. And Michael Young has been an All-Star 8 times in his career. He takes high and inside for ball 1. Young, Cruz, and Murphy, 3 Rangers to start things off against Tyson Ross. It's out of play down the right side. A count of 1 ball, 1 strike to Michael. Young coming in carrying a 5-game hitting streak, and you'll see the numbers there for you. 1 triple and 3 RBI in those 5 contests. I think what's as impressive, too, for Michael, he's starting to get opportunities with runners in scoring position and capitalize on it. Good breaking ball from Ross. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Big right-hander Tyson Ross back to the plate. And Michael Young able to check his swing on a hard slider outside. The appeal down to first verifies that. 2-2 now. And another slider outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now the one thing that Michael Young and all the Ranger hitters know about Tyson Ross is he can get wild. He's had a history of not being able to command the strike zone at times. And if you give an opportunity, he will do that. Payoff pitch. That's fouled down at home plate. Well, Michael staying alive.
The A's had been a team because of their market and because of their resources they've had to trade good players. Whenever they get a player who reaches a high salary or the potential for a high salary, as long as they're not a contender anyway, they've tried to trade those players and bring back younger players. They've had some pretty good success doing it. Last year they had to trade Gio Gonzalez. They got Tommy Malone for him, and Tommy Malone really has pitched a lot like Gio Gonzalez did for him. Andrew Bailey, their closer, was getting into a high salary area. They got Josh Reddick for him. He's been their best home run hitter. Trevor Cahill's making a lot of money. They got Jared Parker for him. And Parker's been doing a nice job as a young starter. They also got Ryan Cook, who's their closer. So they turned those 3 veterans into 4 big leaguers that are doing a nice job for them right now, lowered their salaries. And I guess what they're hoping for, Buzz, is they turn it over to the point where they become a contender, and then they might be able to afford to keep those high-priced players. Right now, they just can't afford it.
Yeah, and they're also kind of biding time until they get the move situation. Michael Young's really having a great at bat against
that would make a big difference.
Yeah, if they can get the okay to move down the peninsula or down onto the peninsula or down further south, Hayward or further south, then they have a chance to get a bigger revenue stream. But Bob Melvin knows that may or may not happen, and so you have to make do with what you have in the meantime. 10th pitch of the bat coming to Michael Young. A little tapper back to Ross. Right-hander fires to first. Well, Michael, after a very tough at bat, ends up grounding out. That'll bring up Nelly Cruz. Boy, that issue about the move, the A's want to move down to San Jose, but contractually that is considered part of the San Francisco Giants territory.
Yeah, that was originally A's territory, and they gave it to the Giants.
And I'm sure right now they're ruining the fact that they did that.
Yeah, the people here now didn't do it. It was the people that came before them.
Fastball strike to Nelly Cruz.
Yeah, that could completely turn their franchise around if they had the resources to acquire players and keep their players.
0-1 is a rifle shot right back up the middle by Cruz. Nelly, a bullet through the box, and he is aboard with 1 out for David Murphy. You got to like that, don't you, Tom, about when you see Nelly Cruz start hitting the ball hard up the middle and the other way?
Yeah, absolutely. In this homestand, he's hit a couple of balls between first and second base. Just like that. Rifle shots, low line drives, ground balls. Yeah, he was right on that pitch there, too. And there's no doubt. I think any hitter's a better hitter when he uses the whole field.
Here's David Murphy, who couldn't have been much better yesterday than he was. 4 out of 5 with 5 RBI, a couple of home runs.
In fact, that's one of the first things, Buzz, I saw Roy Oswalt talking about the offense and how enjoyable it is to pitch when you've got that kind of offense behind you. And one of the things he described about the offense, he said they all hit the ball to all fields. So from a pitcher's standpoint, I took it to mean that's the toughest lineup for him to pitch to. Guys that don't try to pull the ball.
There's a base hit to right field. Cruz into second. He had a leap over that bounding ball off the bat of Murphy, but David Murphy continuing to swing a hot stick. Back-to-back singles. And Gary Pettis looking out at Nelly Cruz and, hey, you got to go to third on that. Nelly was trying to tell him, hey, I had to make a 6-foot high jump to get out of the way.
Yeah, he's lucky it didn't hit him. Yeah, he would have no trouble going to third if he didn't have to stop and wait for the ball to get by.
Right. So first and second, still just 1 out. Yorvi Torrealba will step in. Singles by Cruz and by Murphy. Murphy now 5 out of his last 6 trips to the plate.
Again, back to what Roy said about our hitters. They're such a good hitting team. One of the reasons because they hit the ball to all fields. I guess if you're a pitcher and you're making a good pitch away and the hitters seem to drive it the other way, then you come in and do what Elvis has done a couple of times, pull that ball down the left field line. You say to yourself, these guys are a tough team to pitch to.
Yeah, you have much less margin for error if a guy has the ability to go the other way, especially like most of the Ranger hitters with power the other way.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. And you're not just serving base hits the other way. You have a chance to drive a home run the other way.
Roy would know that game that he had, the Rangers really beat up on him a couple of years ago here in this ballpark. That was when Josh Hamilton hit a ball that I'm not really sure has come down yet. The Rangers gave Roy Oswalt more than he cared for, but guys were lining balls all over the park against him. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Torrealba. Norvine over the last 14 ball games you saw hit safely. There's a line drive to the first baseman. Murphy is doubled off by Moss. Now Murph took 1 false step towards second, and that was all she wrote. An unassisted double play. Murphy is gone. So are the Rangers. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left after 2. Rangers 1, A's 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. West is brought to you by Geico Insurance. 15 minutes can save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway MPG. Top of the 3rd inning. Good-looking crowd on hand here tonight, and a warm evening, 97 degrees at first pitch. Seeing a 1-1 ball game at the moment, as both teams put a score on the board in the first inning. Derek Norris. We're talking about the trade with Washington. Derek Norris, part of that trade, coming over in the offseason for Gio Gonzalez, a highly prized young catcher. And the A's made a decision a couple weeks ago to bring him up, and Kurt Suzuki really struggling, the everyday catcher for the A's before, really struggling offensively, and they felt that he was getting worn out. And Norris turns on one, drives it deep to left field, and that ball's gone. Derek Norris with his 2nd big league home run, and Scott Feldman has given up his 2nd solo shot. The A's lead 2-1.
And Norris's first home run was a 3-run homer, a game winner. Both home runs have come on breaking balls. That one never got outside. Trying to throw it away. It's pretty much right in the center of the plate, inside part of the plate. That's not where you want to throw your breaking ball.
Well, Norris turning on that Feldman offering and ripping it out of the ballpark. And now Cliff Pennington will step in. Switch hitting shortstop up there from the left side, and Feldman's first pitch is on the outside corner. Cliff Pennington, an up and down season. He's gone through streaks where he's been hard to get out, and he's gone through streaks as he is right now where it seems like everybody is getting him out. Pennington currently 0 for his last 18. 1 ball, 1 strike. Feldman back to him. And that ball's hit deep to right field. Pennington turned on it into the corner, and that's a fair ball. It is gone. Jerry Davis waited a second for the home run signal, and Pennington, with his 3rd home run of the year, it is a 3-1 Oakland lead.
Boy, must have hooked it right into the little triangle there. That's about as short as you can hit a ball and get a home run in this ballpark. Well, the A's have the fewest runs in the American League, and they've hit 3 home runs. Look where that ball snuck in there. It's 325 down the line. That ball went 325 and a half.
The bottom piece of the screen, the angled piece of the screen right down there in the triangle. So back-to-back home runs to start the 3rd. Now back to the top of the order for Coco Crisp, but he takes strike 1. Well, the A's coming in were 8th in the American League with 71 home runs as a team. They've hit 3 tonight in the first 2 innings plus against Scott Feldman. A big swing and a miss. Crisp was trying to make it 3 in a row with that pass at the ball. 0-2 the count. Coco Crisp went after the first pitch he saw in tonight's ball game and popped out to Adrian Beltre. Feldman with the 0-2 pitch. Up and in. That cut fastball and straightens Crisp up. Mentioned Crisp moving into the leadoff spot. This is his 13th game now that he has batted leadoff. He's a .333 hitter. He scored 8 runs in the previous 12 games from that spot. Crisp either has something in his eye or that ball came a lot closer than he was ready to take. Now Feldman with a 1-2 pitch. A looper hit to right field. Murphy in a hurry. He's going to have to pull up and play on a bounce. Now Crisp didn't hit it well, but he got it in the right spot. He was able to turn on a Feldman offering, a 90-mile-an-hour cut fastball that never got in far enough on him. And Crisp is aboard. 3 consecutive hits.
The A's lead the American League in stolen bases. And so with Crisp, I'm sure that's a legitimate threat. He's 15 out of 16 stealing bases. That jammed him. Just kind of blooped it in front of David.
The 1 on, still nobody out. And Jemile Weeks the hitter. And this kind of tandem with Weeks at the plate and Crisp at first going to present some problems. Scott Feldman, not one of the best at holding runners close. Fairly easy to steal on, and Weeks has the ability to bunt, to take pitches and not worry about being down in the count, or to slap the ball around, depending on what Bob Melvin wants to get done. Feldman set. There goes Crisp. The pitch is outside. The throw is high. And Coco Crisp, with his 16th stolen base, is in scoring position with nobody out.
Yeah, Scott, you know he's going. And there was really nothing Scott could do to stop him from going. Torrealba had to rush his throw. I don't think a good throw would have mattered on that one. He had a good jump, good speed. He's a very good base stealer.
1 ball and no strikes the count to Jemile Weeks. Feldman's pitch. That's lined down the left field line, but that will slice back into the crowd. And the count is even at 1-1. You got to be careful here about Crisp taking off for third base. Tom mentioned the very high success rate stealing bases. Crisp better than 94% now. Came in ranked 4th in the American League with both steals and success rate. Chopped foul. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Weeks. A's as a team didn't have quite as much success earlier in the year. They were well, part of the problem was they weren't getting on often enough to really do much. They've improved it a bit lately. They are now 62 out of 87. Make that 88. Then Feldman, a little inside move, but Elvis not cutting in, so no throw is made. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the third. The A's with back-to-back home runs to start the inning, lead 3-1. And that ball pulled foul off the screen in front of the Ranger dugout. Going back to that game that Scott Feldman threw on the 4th of June in Oakland. Second inning was what did him in. He couldn't get out of that second inning. He faced 11 hitters. Gave up 7 hits. And that was after a 1-2-3 first inning. Ground ball right back to Feldman. Good job of spearing it. He dropped it, picked it up, and just did get Jemile Weeks at first. But a very quick reaction by Scott Feldman. That was on his backhand side, so the big guy had to get uncoiled in a hurry.
That was close play at first base, too. Weeks never stopped running. A lot of times you'll see a batter kind of slow down after the looks like the pitcher caught the ball. Boy, he almost beat that out. Scott throws a dart to first base. Oh boy,
that is very close. The 1 away now with Crisp still at second base. And here's Josh Reddick, who homered his first time to the plate. That home run by Reddick, the first hit he had against Scott Feldman in 4 at bats. Elvis Andrus almost holding Crisp at second like a first baseman would, and the first pitch is off speed and in for a strike.
Well, they're playing Reddick a little bit to pull, and that's kind of the position that Elvis is going to play him in anyway, so it works out pretty well.
Yeah,
as far as being able to hold Crisp. If you don't have a pull hitter up there, then obviously you can't station yourself right there. Works out pretty good, though. That should keep Crisp from stealing third base unless he thinks he can beat Adrian to third base.
Exactly. That's Adrian. I think without anybody on would probably be over more toward the shortstop hole with Reddick up there in an overshift, but he has to stay close enough to third to be able to beat Crisp there in case there's a stolen base attempt. Ooh. Pitch is high. It's 1 ball, 1 strike, and Torrealba going out to say something about 15 feet in front of home plate to Scott Feldman. Crisp had an easy steal of third had he kept going. He had a great jump on Feldman. He read him the right way, and you can tell by that look on Coco Crisp's face that, yeah, I had him. Yeah, I just did not go. That time Scott only looked back there 1 time, and Crisp was dancing off second base, getting that secondary lead before Feldman ever got the motion going. And the pitch outside. It's 2-1 to Reddick. First time up, Josh Reddick. You say that was a cut fastball?
Looked like it. Yep, down and in. It was down a little bit, but it's near the center of the plate. I don't think he got it anywhere near as far in as he wanted to get it.
And that off-speed pitch is just off the outside corner. It's 3 balls and a strike. Well, you do have first base open, but you've got a dangerous right-handed hitter in Yoenis Cespedes in the on-deck circles. Ron Washington and Mike Maddox showing a little bit of concern for their 29-year-old right-hander, Scott Feldman. 3-1 pitch got him on the fist. That cut fastball got in there. I think the big thing that for most left-handed hitters, and Tom, you mentioned it, they like the ball down and in. If you're going to come in, if you throw the ball up above belt high, you've got a much better chance, even if you leave it out over the plate. You throw the ball down, and most left-handers really turn on that pitch. Feldman ready once again. The payoff pitch. Off speed popped him up. Behind home plate. Torrealba off of the mask. Does he have room? Yes, he does. And he makes the catch. Well, Feldman really pulling the string that time, 77 miles an hour, and he gets Reddick on a 3-2 pitch to pop up. Hey, Ranger fan, Chevy is proud to present a new show called Chevy Hometown Kids. It's not about the score, it's about the experience. So tune in each Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest. Or you can visit www.hometownkids.tv for more information. A two gone. Now Cespedes will step in. Cespedes skied to fairly deep right center field his first time to the plate. Feldman at the 20 pitch mark here in the third inning. And a little inside move. And now you don't have to pay nearly as much attention, I don't think, to Crisp. I think you better get your focus back on Cespedes. He's the guy that can hurt you.
A big difference if you steal third base with one out than there is with two outs. Beltre's right over near third base, so that's not a factor either.
Get a good look at the Ranger defensive alignment. This time with Cespedes up there. Ian Kinsler shaded toward the middle, not really in an overshift. And now he's wandering around toward second. But the outfield, you can see, is shading him the opposite way. So a lot of fly balls the other way off the bat of Cespedes. Ground balls usually on the pull side. There goes Crisp, and the pitch is lined to right center field. That's down for a base hit. Over to cut it off is Martin, and in to score is Coco Crisp. And Yoenis Cespedes drives in his 33rd run of the year, and the A's take a 4-1 lead. Now the fourth hit of the inning, third run across. Cespedes gets the job done.
You got to pitch right down the middle of the plate to a middle of the order guy, and just be thankful he didn't get up in the air and hit it into the Ranger bullpen. At least it kept it in the ballpark.
Now Seth Smith will come up, and Scott Feldman going to work on Cespedes. Cespedes has very good speed at first. Seth Smith, a strikeout victim, his first time that he faced Feldman this evening. Scott comes set. And the big breaking ball finds the back door open. It's 0-1. Smith 2 for 2 in that game against Feldman in Oakland earlier this year. Feldman trying to get him for the second time tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, one of those cases where he gave up the back-to-back home runs. He had an opportunity, though, with 2 outs to limit the damage. And Cespedes would not let Feldman do that. Don't know for sure, but I can imagine that Feldman might have been a little bit preoccupied with Coco Crisp at second base, a base stealer, and he was moving on that pitch that Cespedes had. Swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch. And it's 1-2. You talk about what base running does to teams, what it makes you do, and pitchers have to learn that you can't divide your attention. You're either going to work on the runner at first to keep him close, or you're going to work on the hitter. As soon as you start thinking about the hitter and try to make a pitch, more often than not, it's not a very good pitch.
Well, you said it when he was on first base, on second base with 1 out. Fine, pay attention to him. But once it gets to 2 outs, you know, if he's going to steal third base, fine, let him steal third base, but get the hitter for sure.
That'll even the count now at 2-2. And the pitch count for Scott Feldman has gone up dramatically in this inning as he's approaching the 30 pitch mark. Still reading the signs. Now the right-hander is set to go. Pulled on the ground, but into the teeth of the shading Ian Kinsler that way, and Kins gets the final out. But A's are gone not before they score 3 times on 4 hits and leave 1. After 2.5, it's Oakland 4, Texas 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. Turn back the clock to 1994, and the first 30,000 fans will receive a 40th anniversary mug, compliments of Coca-Cola. Twins are in town. Game time is 6:15 that night, and you can reserve your seat at TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS. Well, the Rangers have some making up to do now that Oakland has gotten out to a 4-1 lead. A smart team, the number 9 hitter to start things off, then back to the top of the order. Chopper on 3 hops out to Jamiel Weeks, the second baseman, and Leonis Martinez retired. That's how the bottom of the third gets underway for Texas.
Rosemary Pierce is at the ball game today. She's 88, will be 88 years old soon. She got to the game because her grandkids brought her, James, Jennifer, and Katie Seals. Very nice of her to do that, for the kids to do that for her. She brought some waffle cookies and some brownies. So happy birthday. Early birthday, and enjoy the game, Rosemary. First time she's seen a Ranger game.
Really?
8 years old. Her grandkids brought her. Isn't that nice?
Strike to Kinsler. I have to get her out here a few more times.
Yeah. I want to thank Don and Carol Nelson from Cushing, Texas. They sent up jalapeno fudge. It's kind of like jalapeno cornbread, I guess. Kind of a cheesy taste to it. That was very nice. The walnut blondies from Sharon and Ray Hyde from Wichita Falls. I want to send a greeting to Dorothy Reagan, 93 years old, from Wichita Falls, and never misses a game. I hope you're watching, Dorothy Reagan. I swear I never knew there was as many people over 90 years old that watch our games. All the guys in the truck are going, yep, that's your demographic.
Yeah. Kinsler, a little looper to right center field in a hurry as Reddick can't get there, and Ian Kinsler with a 1-out single. He's 2 for 2. And the Rangers trying to mount something here in the third against Tyson Ross. Now, before Elvis steps in, let's go down and check in again with Emily Jones. Emily?
Well, guys, the Rangers have only out-hit their opponent 1 time in the last 6 games. However, they are 4-2 in that 6-game stretch. Some aggressive base running to go along with this good offense lately, guys.
We kind of stop our game, our base running, aggressiveness, and everything. I think, the level, the way we play kind of goes down. So, kind of understand what's going on and just figure it out. We need to get back in that. So far, I think the last 2 weeks we've been, playing our baseball, being aggressive and put some pressure on the defense.
So So they felt like they got away from that a little bit, and that's when they hit that swoon. It looks like things are starting to come back. Manufacturing runs playing baseball the way, of course, Ron Washington wants them to, and trying to make things work the way you guys were talking about in the top half of this inning.
Thanks, Em. That's it's important, I think, to remember that. We talk about the Ranger offense not clicking on all cylinders, especially earlier in this month and in May. That's a big reason, I think, that they stopped being the aggressive, or the aggressor, I should say, on the base paths and putting that pressure on the opposition. And I think guys were more concerned about hitting their way out of it, too, instead of really playing Ranger baseball. There goes Kinsler. The pitch is high. The throw is low, and Kidd's in with a stolen base. Well, a good jump, and I don't know if Norris had a good grip on that ball or not, but the throw bounced about halfway between the mound and second base.
Yeah, and I'm thinking he didn't have a very good grip on it. Ian had thought about stealing third the first time he got on base. Had no trouble stealing second right here. You're trying to pick up one of those 3 runs the A's got in the top of the inning.
So you saw Ian with his 14th stolen base, and Dyson Ross now back to the plate. Misses off inside and a little bit low to Elvis Andrus.
Donnie and Teresa Johnston are here celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary. They brought their family's favorite chocolate chip oatmeal pecan cookies. They're from Canadian Texas. They also brought some shirts from the Chamber of Commerce there. Thank you for those.
Yeah, those are great looking shirts.
Yep.
The 2-2, and that's fouled away to the right.
Avery Anderson is 5 years old. Today is his first Ranger game. He said, "My parents mentioned you might be hungry, so I sent some salt and pepper butterscotch pine nut cookies." Parents are Stacy and Lee from Flower Mound, so thank you, Avery. Yeah, we had a little help with those, but that's okay.
Yeah, make sure you come back often. 2-2 the count. And Ross checking in on Ian Kinsler to make sure he's not taken off to third again.
And Shirley Coast sent some peanut butter cookies and oatmeal raisin cookies. Thank you very much, Shirley. Someone asked me, who was the first one that ever sent cookies? That would be Shirley Coast.
Kinsler, a hot shot, just foul. I should say Elvis a hot shot, just foul, with Kinsler leaning toward third, and that ball about 4 or 5 feet into foul territory. We'll come back and try it again. Yeah, Shirley with the first one, and hence the name Cookie Lady.
That's exactly right. Got some birthdays today, too. Martin Allen, retired high school teacher and coach, 63 years old today. Becky Atkins from Henrietta, Texas, is 80 years old today. Happy birthday. Gretchen Yeager, 94 years old, from Wichita Falls, Texas. Also, Chris Kerrigan has a birthday.
Oh, Elvis is swinging a miss on the breaking ball, and he saw a huge hole as Pennington broke to the bag, and Ross either didn't see him or ignored him. And I think Elvis was trying to pull that breaking ball into that vacated hole and swung over the top of it.
That was a good idea. It would have been sweet if he could have done it, because there is nobody there. I think you're right, Buzz. I think that's exactly what he was trying to do. Because normally Elvis's approach is try to hit the ball to right field, and that didn't look like a right field approach.
You know, first strikeout of the night for Tyson Ross. 2 gone now, and Josh Hamilton at the plate. Hard hit ball up the middle into center field, a base hit. Kinsler around third. He will score. And Josh Hamilton with his second RBI of the night. It's now a 4-2 Oakland lead.
Yeah, that's a sweet hit right there. Josh has been struggling a little bit. They've got the shift on. There's 2 outs. Don't want to waste a scoring opportunity when you're down by 3 runs. First pitch hitting, Josh drills it up the middle and brings in that second run.
Yeah, good job by Josh. Yeah, that's a great approach. You know, when he starts swinging the bat like that and taking it back up the middle the way you talked about, Tom, he's a very dangerous guy because he can hit the ball out of the park anywhere.
Sure.
Well, it's back to a 2-run game, and here's Adrian Beltre.
Got a happy anniversary to Bob and Carla Janeway. Our own Carla Janeway. We know her better as the Empress. So happy anniversary, Bob and Empress.
Yeah, congratulations.
And also Kelly Brown, is listening to the game online from Afghanistan tonight. Kelly, thanks for being a great Ranger fan. Hope you're listening in Afghanistan, and thanks for all that you do for our country. Clint Harrison is at Baylor Medical Center in Grapevine. Long-time, lifelong Ranger fan. He's in intensive care watching tonight's game. Hope you're doing well, Clint. Get well soon.
There goes Hamilton, and the pitch is skied to right field. Not very deep. Reddick coming on, and he makes the catch, and that's the third out. So a run on a couple of hits, one left for the Rangers. We'll go to the fourth inning at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Oakland to 4 and Texas 2 on Fox Sports Southwest. Leading by a couple of runs as we go to the top of the fourth. 3 solo home runs given up by Feldman, Reddick, Norris, and Pennington. And Ian Kinsler off to a great start tonight. Scored both runs. He's the major league leader in runs scored. And he's also 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Brandon Inge to start things off against Scott Feldman. The first pitch is down for ball 1. Feldman used 27 pitches to get through the first 2 innings, and he used 27 pitches to get through the 3rd inning. And that's how quickly things turned around for the right-hander as he fires a strike on the outside corner. Inge, a foul ball to David Murphy, his first time up. Pulls this one toward the hole. Nice backhanded stop. Andrus doesn't plant. He throws. Good dig by Michael Young. Well, great job on both ends of that play.
Nice play all the way around. Can't have the play if Michael doesn't dig it out of the dirt. Elvis appreciates that. Out in front of a breaking ball. Looked like he might have an infield hit. Until that.
Pretty fancy glove work on both ends of that play. Well, that was
over time. Michael's getting more and more used to playing first base, where he's looking just like a first baseman now. Michael said it was a tough adjustment too, seeing the game from a different side of the field like that. Cutoffs and relay plays were a little bit different.
Pitch outside to Brandon Moss. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, that would. And even watching the ball come off the bat, I would think that it'd be as close as you are as a first baseman to home plate. It would be a little difficult to get used to. 1-1 pitch to Moss. Swinging strike 2. Moss, a little tapper right back to Scott Feldman, his first time up. That was a pitch that Brandon Moss almost hit between his hands. He was so far inside. The 1-2. Just off the outside corner. Feldman trying that sinker and didn't miss by much. The count is even. Feldman back to the plate, and the pitch fouled away to the left. Well, Scott can figure out a way now to keep the A's scoreless for the next couple of innings, give the Rangers an opportunity. In this ballpark, I don't care how good a pitching they're facing, most of the time, if you hold the opposition under 5 or at 5 or less, you've got a heck of a chance of winning a ball game with this Ranger offense. The fly ball hit off the fist down the right field line. It is just into the first row of seats. And again, Moss got jammed pretty good.
Yeah, I think when Scott is at his best, throwing his best games, that's what he's doing. Throwing his cutter into the lefties, throwing his two-seam fastball into the right-handers, jamming both of them, and then mixing in his other pitches. But those are, to me, those are his bread and butter pitches.
Moss sends a fly ball left center field, moving to his right. Leonis Martin captures it. That's out number 2. And let's go over to Jim Knox.
All right, Buzz, I think I've found the fan that traveled the furthest. This is Yuri, all the way in from Melbourne, Australia. And you love the Rangers that much, Yuri?
I had to come to Texas to watch the Rangers. They're just the best team. Go Rangers. You're going to win their playoffs this year. Go Rangers.
There we go. Now, how do you keep up with them?
On the internet. Tom Green, I love you. I'm baked your cookies, brother.
You know all about Tom. All right, Yuri. Well, good to have you here at the ballpark. Enjoy the rest of the game. Thanks. Good day, mate. There we go.
All right, Jim. Thank you. From Melbourne. That's all right.
Jim's been waiting to say good day, mate, to an Australian for a long time.
Yeah.
Hasn't let him get in the way of saying it either. Oh boy, Jim.
0-1 the count to Derek Norris, who homered off Feldman his first time to the plate. He takes outside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you're big all over the world. That's great. I'm glad to hear that.
I want to see those Australian cookies that he's bringing.
Yeah. Norris with that batting average at .294 as he faces Scott Feldman. And the pitch is low. It's 2-1 now. Norris, as I mentioned, just called up to split time with Kurt Suzuki behind the plate. He had his contract purchased 7 games ago from AAA. He takes low and outside. It's 3 balls and a strike. Norris was hitting .273 at Sacramento. There are the numbers on him. 8 home runs and 36 RBI.
He kind of fit the A's profile when they traded for him. He was a kid in the minor leagues, didn't hit for much of an average, about .250, but he walked a lot. And he had pretty good power.
And he hits a roller that gets through into center field for a base hit. So a 2-out single off the bat of Norris. And he's 2 for 2. The A's are not going quietly here in the 4th inning.
He's a guy that in the minor leagues probably 450 or 500 at bats, averaged 20 to 25 home runs and probably 65 to 75 walks. Haven't seen much of him defensively, so it's hard to say what kind of a defensive player he is, but he has some of the power that he's got.
The 1-on, 2-out, Cliff Pennington, who hooked a home run right into the triangle, right at the bottom of the foul pole his first time up. And Feldman fires a sinker at the knees for strike 1. Talking about Pennington, that broken 0 for 18 streak that he was in. This is his 3rd home run of the year. Norris not being held at first, and Feldman back to the plate. Here's the Pennington hooking drive that it just hit that bottom triangle down there in the triangle, that bottom triangle of netting on the bottom of the pole. Now the 1-1, and that's fouled away. folks out there enjoying the ball game from that unique vantage point. One ball, 2 strikes. And Feldman okays the sign from Torrealba. Got him swinging. Up the ladder, and Pennington couldn't climb that high. No runs, 1 hit and 1 left. After 3.5, it's the A's 4, the Rangers 2 on Fox Sports Southwest. It's AT trivia question, and the only 4 Ranger pitchers to throw 2 or more innings in a single All-Star game. It's been a while since pitchers did that, so we'll give you a little hint in that regard. Most of the time now, guys are just throwing 1 or less, as a matter of fact. But 4 Ranger pitchers have thrown 2 or more innings, and we're asking you to recall who those might be. Rangers trailing by a pair as they come to bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Michael Young, Nelly Cruz, and David Murphy will be the first 3 to do the swinging against Tyson Ross. Young, a tapper, back to the mound as he led off the 2nd inning for the Rangers tonight. Oh boy, he's going after that cotton candy. Young, a base hit to left field by the dive of Cliff Pennington. Well, Michael Young, a leadoff single, and he is aboard to start things off. 2nd time tonight the Rangers have had their leadoff man aboard. Ian Kinsler then off the 1st with a double, came around to score. So 6 hits now against Ross, and Nelly Cruz, who had one of those base hits, a line drive to center field in that 2nd inning, steps in. You get the feeling that Nelly might be just about ready to go on a real hot tear. I understand he's had a 2 home run game almost a week ago. Fouls that first pitch back. And his swings at times since then have looked a little bit out of control, but that swing in the 1st inning, or 2nd inning I should say, very much under control. Letting the ball get back to him and then really exploding through the hitting zone. When he starts doing that, if he can take that from one at bat to another, he's going to cause some damage. The 0-1 pitch. That was the 52nd pitch thrown by Tyson Ross tonight. 37 of them have been strikes. So for Ross, control really hasn't been an issue. The Rangers are going to try to make base hits an issue here. And waved at and missed as Ross pulled the string on Cruz. It's 1-2. Nelly waiting Michael Young at first, being held on by Brandon Moss. And he draws a throw. Tyson Ross, for a tall guy, has pretty quick feet. He's able to make that snap throw over to first pretty effectively. And Cruz is going after a high fastball and fouls it straight back. Outfield giving Nelly Cruz quite a bit of room in left center field. You see the gap there between Crisp in center and Smith in left. Now the 1-2 again. Got him swinging. Breaking ball in the dirt. And Cruz is down on strikes for Ross. Just his second strikeout of the night. With one away, David Murphy comes up.
We talked about Tyson Ross versus lefties and versus righties. Against righties, he's much tougher. He gives up an opponent's batting average in the mid 200s. Against lefties, it's 350. And you got a hot left-hand hitter right up there right now.
Yeah, David Murphy singled his first time up. He's 5 for his last 6, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. Ross took a little bit off that pitch. Slugging percentage the last half of this month. You see David Murphy right up there. A lot of the damage against the National League and interleague play. That pitch chopped foul at home plate. No balls and 2 strikes to count. David on the homestand is now 5 out of 14. A couple of home runs, 5 runs driven in. He scored 3 times, had 3 walks. Young the lead from first as Ross is set. And the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Murph checking with Dave Anderson, as was Michael Young, and Michael Young just checked with Gary Pettis. And did I see what I think I saw? And Ross broke everybody's concentration by throwing over there. Dave Anderson was going through a series of signs for Young and Murphy, and Gary Pettis interpreting them for Michael. Ross set, and the 1-2. Got him swinging. Ross with a pretty good splitter, down and away, and he gets his second straight strikeout, 3rd strikeout of the game. And after the leadoff single, he has punched out a couple, and now Yorvi Torrealba will come up.
Yeah, great movement on that pitch. Ross is a guy that came into the game with an ERA over 6. 309 opponent's batting average. Giving up some hits and a couple of runs, but hanging right in there with a lead anyway.
Here's Torrealba, who lined into a double play as he had a shot to first with a couple of runners aboard. David Murphy was doubled off back in the 2nd inning, and first pitch is high and away for ball 1. Yeah, the A's pitching has gone completely nuts lately. The last 13 ball games coming into tonight, they've only allowed 67 hits total. That's an average of just over 5 hits per game. ERA is about 2.3 over that span. The opposition just hitting $168. The Rangers have gotten to Tyson Ross tonight for 6 hits. But they've only been able to plate a couple of runs. Torrealba drive to right field. Going back is Reddick, and he makes a fine running catch as he reaches up with his back to home plate to haul it in. Side retired. Rangers can't do anything with Michael Young's leadoff single. They strand their 3rd runner of the game. Will move to the 5th. Oakland by 2. The AT&T trivia question tonight. The only 4 Ranger pitchers to throw 2 or more innings in a single All-Star game. And your answer would be Jim Kern in 79 and as late as Roger Pavlik in 96. Rick Honeycutt. The boss, Nolan Ryan, in 89 threw a couple. Matter of fact, Nolan got the W in that All-Star game in 89. Let's go to the 5th, as always. Mark McLemore, co-host of Rangers Live, joining us. And Mac, I'm glad to have you along. It's been kind of an odd ball game. This Oakland club, not exactly power laden, but they've touched Scott Feldman up for 3 solo home runs.
They're swinging the bats well, and you know, it doesn't matter who you're throwing to. If you're throwing to a big league club and you're leaving the ball out over the plate, they're going to hit it. They're going to do some damage, and that's what's going on tonight, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Coco Crisp has moved in that leadoff spot. We talked a little bit about that. Doing a great job up there. And he and Jemile Weeks give Bob Melvin a lot of options with getting on base and with their speed.
They really do. I mean, they create a lot of havoc at the top of that order. Coco Crisp has been around a long time, so he knows what to do on the base pass. He stole his 16th base tonight. He's 16 for 17, so when he gets on, he knows what to do. And Jemile Weeks, a young player in his 2nd year, very fast. He's learning how to hit that number 2 hole. He's gotten a lot better at handling the bat. So having those 2 guys at the top of the order can really create a lot of havoc and put a lot of pressure on the defense.
2-2 the count to Coco Crisp. It's the top of the order to face Scott Feldman. Feldman about ready to throw his 78th pitch of the night. And it's on the way. Base hit center field. Boy, Crisp now 2 for 3, and he continues to flourish in that leadoff spot, hitting better than .333 in the last 13 ball games up there.
The last time he got on base, it was very difficult for Scott to keep him on first base. He stole second easily and looked like he was getting ready to steal third base. The only reason he didn't was because Elvis was standing right on second base, holding him on second base. Otherwise, he probably would have.
Base runner like Crisp, Mac, does he shorten his lead up a little bit, knowing that Scott is slower to home plate than most guys?
No.
He goes and get established the big league.
A base stealer, you're going to get out there and get that same lead every time, whether you know you're going or you're not going to go. You don't want to show the defense anything different. You want to make sure that you're there so they just don't have an idea. They're always going to be thinking he's going because he's fast. So that's what you want them to think.
Feldman's pitch, a pitch out, and nothing going from Crisp. Looked like Crisp, but just kind of straightened up, is that he either recognized that Feldman was pitching out very quickly, or he kind of gave up on getting a jump.
He read it extremely quick. He saw something that told him there was a pitch out.
Well, it's amazing how good base runners can spot that immediately. He's not going this time, and Weeks sends one to left center field. Martin over into the alley makes the catch, and that will force Crisp back to first base. That's out number 1, and a big out. Keep Crisp at first base at least temporarily, and now you bring up Josh Reddick, who is homered and fouled out tonight.
The A's have been shut out 11 times this year. They have the fewest runs in the league, but they lead the American League in stolen bases. In the last 3 weeks, they've hit well over 300 with men in scoring position, so they've been making the most out of the balls that they have had a chance to hit with men in scoring position. And they've had a good month of June. They're 15-10. Good pitching. A couple of big home runs along the way. And some good hitting with men in scoring position.
Your stolen base leaders, that's updated with the stolen base by Crisp earlier in the ballgame. Rangers second with 60. Crisp, well, he is really leaning towards second base, and he's very confident in his ability to get back even with that kind of lean.
He is. You've got to have a first quick step. Your first 2 or 3 steps need to be the quickest, and he's got that, so that's why he's got a short lead. He's able to come back standing up and it not be a close play at first.
2 balls and no strikes to Reddick. talking about with Coco Crisp on second base last time up. When Feldman got to 2 outs, it still looked like Scott might have been a little preoccupied with Crisp. And Cespedes touched him up for the RBI single. And that's one of the pressures that good base runners put on the opposition, isn't it, Matt?
That's exactly it, because he doesn't even have to be trying to steal third. He can just flinch a little bit, you know, once or twice and have the pitcher thinking, you know, he's got his focus on the runner instead of the hitter, and especially when you've got the middle of the lineup coming up. You don't want to have that focus anywhere other than at home plate. And a lot of pitchers or smart base runners will do that to a pitcher. If they've got him, you know, looking 2 or 3 times, then you know he doesn't have his complete focus on the hitter.
3-0 pitch, and that finds the inside corner. Yeah, and worrying about Crisp, or possibly worrying about Crisp now. Feldman's fallen behind to the number 3 hitter, Reddick, who's already hit the ball out of the ballpark 1 time tonight.
I'm sure he doesn't want to make another mistake with Reddick, so I think you know, he's trying to be careful there, and then also not letting Crisp get a good jump on it.
Crisp back, standing. Ty Waller, the first base coach, going over to add a little information into Coco Crisp's data bank. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. And the pitch off speed, and that finds the outside corner. So good job by Feldman to come back from a 3-0 count to make it 3-2. And you can bet that Crisp is often moving with this pitch.
Well, Reddick, the most home runs he ever hit in the minor leagues was 18. The one he hit today was his 18th. We're not even at the All-Star break yet.
You have to check the water up in Oakland. There's something going on up there.
Well, he's definitely not juiced. Slim.
There goes Crisp, and the ball hit high in the air to left center field. That's not really going anywhere as Leonis Martin glides over and makes the catch, and Crisp backpedaling back to first for out number 2. Good job by Scott Feldman to come back all the way from the 3-0 count and get him. And Tanner Shepard's getting loose in the right center field Rangers bullpen.
The other thing, Scott's done a good job. He's kept Crisp at first base. Crisp stole second base easily on him the last time. Scott's kept him right there.
Well, something tells me he's going to go early in the count, either first or second pitch, because he wants to get into scoring position.
Yoenis Cespedes, 1 out of 2 tonight, had that RBI single after Crisp had stolen second base, gotten himself in a scoring position, drove in his 33rd run of the year, did Cespedes. And Feldman, Crisp just standing up at first base, not down as if he wants to get a jump. And a breaking ball finds the outside corner. Cespedes 1 out of 2. There's Coco Crisp. 16 out of 17 in the stolen base department this year. Might as well be down in a starter stance. the way he gets that lean going. Just outside, a ball and a strike.
Who was the best base stealer, guys, that you guys played against or saw or heard about?
Well, to me, Lou Brock was. And I didn't play against him that much at spring training and an all-star game, but he could almost steal at will against most right-handed pitchers and many left-handed pitchers. But trying to think of somebody in the American League that was
the best base stealer for a few years in the American League when we were playing was Tommy Harper.
Yeah,
for
Boston.
Boston.
Yep.
Willie Wilson was pretty good.
Willie became a real good base stealer. Yeah. Fastest man I ever saw going first to third or going around the bases. Pitch inside. It's 2 balls and a strike now to Cespedes. They clocked Willie Wilson one time on a triple from home to third base in 9.8 seconds.
Wow. Would he cut across a pitcher's
Yeah,
line?
he should. Yeah. Yeah. That's the Herb Washington trick.
I remember the game. Nolan brushed him back in the game, and he's screaming at Nolan from the dugout. That was a bad mistake, boy. Next time he came up, he did drill him. It hurt so bad he couldn't charge the mound.
Well, if you're going to drill somebody, that's what you want.
Yeah, he was yelling from the dugout. Nolan never even looked at him, but you know he heard every word he said, boy.
He may not look like it in your picture there, but Nolan had a little mean streak to him.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he had a little different look when he was standing up on top of that hill, that's for sure.
Yeah. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Crisp, the runner at first. We'll see if he's off on this pitch. Feldman a long hold. He's not going anywhere. The breaking ball stays high. It's ball 4. And there are 2 aboard now for Seth Smith. Feldman issuing his first walk of the night. 1 walk to go along with a pair of strikeouts, and Smith has 1 of those strikeouts. Mike Maddox surveying the situation as Feldman has gotten to the 91 pitch mark here tonight. We remarked this Oakland team sees more pitches per at bat than any team in the major leagues, and that's kind of hard to correlate with a team that was for a long time at the bottom of the batting race in the American League and in all of baseball for a little while. They haven't climbed that much, but on base percentage has gone up. But apparently they are still seeing pitches a lot per at bat, almost 4 pitches per at bat.
Well, they're seeing a lot of pitches. They're just not doing a whole lot with them.
Well, that's the thing.
That's a good point.
It's probably a good quality to see a lot of pitches if it translates into something positive offensively.
Right.
But right now it's not doing a lot for them.
Run production. Get them across. You get them on, you got to get them across.
Smith 0 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a ground ball to second. Good speed aboard with Cespedes at first and Crisp at second. And the pitch is popped foul, third base side. Over to take a look, Torrealba and Beltre, but that's about 7 rows deep. So Scott Feldman, another relatively long inning pitch count wise. This will be his 21st of the frame coming up. A's leading 4-2, and Feldman trying to keep him right there. There's the breakdown, inning by inning, a 27-pitch third inning, and now a 20-pitch fifth inning. Feldman set for the 0-2 to Smith. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. You know, Tom had mentioned the A's hitting better with runners in scoring position this month, and that really correlates very well with their 15-10 record. They've also led or second in the league in walks this month, and so they've been doing a little bit better job of.
Well, there it is. It's translating a little bit then. Seeing a lot of pitches translating into walks.
1-2 pitch. That's in the dirt. Nice stop by Torrealba. It's 2-2.
Well, they've only got a couple of guys in the lineup that you really have to be concerned about as far as power goes. So to lead the league in walks over that time is pretty good.
Yeah,
they've got to be eyeing the ball. They're not being pitched around, that's for sure.
No, I'll tell you where the Oakland Ball Club is. How basically young and inexperienced. They're tied for the lead in walks, and they're leading by quite a bit in strikeouts. So it's
one or the other.
Yeah. Feldman's 2-2 pitch on the way. Got him swinging. Big strikeout for Scott Feldman. He keeps the A's off the board in the 5th. No runs, a hit, and 2 left. We're halfway through the ball game. It's Oakland 4, Texas 2 on Fox Sports Southwest. order for dinner every Wednesday night through August the 8th, and you can enter to win free Ranger tickets. Visit iloveontheborder.com for more details. Well, a 4-2 ball game. Scott Feldman working through what could have been a difficult fifth inning, but unscored upon, and now the Rangers come to bat. Leonis Martin starting things off. And Tyson Ross' first pitch is outside for ball one. Last 2 innings, Tyson Ross has really settled down. He's gotten back in the strike zone. 28 pitches, 22 of them have been for strikes. Martin, a ground ball to second, his first time up. Takes outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, the guy hitting in bad luck tonight is Troy Alba. Had a couple of men on, had a line shot right at the first baseman, turned into a double play, and then last inning, almost shot one over Reddick's head, but he ran it down. So he's had 2 well-hit line drives for 3 outs.
2-0 pitch right down the middle, and Martin taking it all the way. Now it's time for the AT&T U-Burst reverse replay last night. Leonis Martin, a double off the wall in left center field, and then he pulled a triple into the corner. He had a chance to use those jets, but he got around the third very, very quickly. Second game that Martin has had a double and a triple in the same ball game, and this year. What are your impressions of Leonis Martin, Mac?
I like the way he's swinging the bat. He's being very aggressive. He's not overmatched, and that's what I always look for when a young guy comes up. Is he, blinded by the lights that are out here and all everything that's going on, and is he overmatched at the plate? And Martin looks really good, really comfortable, knows what he wants to do, and he pretty much sticks with his game plan.
You notice his ability. It looks like natural ability to use all parts of the ballpark, and with a little bit of power too. He draws a walk here to lead off the Ranger fifth inning. A double, he hit to left center field. He hit a double the other way, a triple down the right field line. Well, let's go back to our Fox Sports Southwest studio for a Mazda CX-5 game break. Here's Rick Renner. All right, Rick, thank you. Offense is getting in gear as the weather is heated up here very, very recently. Here's Ian Kinsler, who is heated up here tonight again. He is 2 for 2. He has scored a couple of runs, a single and a double, and a stolen base. The Rangers have the makings of something good going against Tyson Ross. Kins led off the ball game by doubling into the left field corner. Came around to score on the RBI ground out by Josh Hamilton, and takes a strike from Ross at the knees. Ian checking with third base coach Dave Anderson to see what Ron Washington might have in mind. Ian now has extended his hitting streak to 4 consecutive games, hitting right at 400 in that time. And the pitch just a little bit low. Ian now with 58 runs scored and 25 doubles, at least as far as how the evening started, would be in the lead in the American League. 1 ball, 1 strike. There goes Martin, a great jump. The throw to second not nearly in time, as Martin is basically standing up when the ball got down there. That pop-up slide, he was already halfway through the pop.
He was. Catcher at that point should probably just not even throw the ball down, because you really steal the bag off the pitcher, not necessarily the catcher. Now, if you got a catcher that doesn't have a strong arm, a slow release.
That's the second straight throw that we've seen from Norris like that. Maybe it's because he rushed it, didn't have a grip on the ball.
So the second stolen base of the night for the Rangers. And now Kinsler takes a breaking ball that finds the inside corner. Backed him off a little bit and caught that part of the plate. It evens the count at 2-2. So nobody out. Leonis Martin at second base after the leadoff walk and stolen base. Kinsler trying to at least move him to third. Rangers trailing 4-2 here in the 5th inning. And a little tapper down the third baseline. Going to be a tough play. Inge can't do anything. but knock it down. And Kinsler aboard with a 75-foot single. And the Rangers have runners at the corners and nobody out.
It's all about placement. Not how hard you hit it, but placement.
Placement and timing. Right?
Matt, did you ever believe as a hitter that all the line drives that were caught were evened out by the little dinky ones that fell in?
No, I was not that even out guy. I don't want to be even. I want to be ahead.
So how do you think you ended up in your career, ahead or behind?
Oh, I think I ended up probably ahead. I hit a lot of dinkers.
That's what I like, an honest man.
Kurt Young, the pitching coach, coming out there, yeah.
I dinked a lot of balls around the place, everywhere.
Well, in the history of the game, no one will ever catch Ichiro.
Oh.
This is true. I saw him hit quite a few of them.
Yeah. But Kurt Young does all he can out there in a short period of time. He allows the bullpen to start heating up also. And with runners at the corners, nobody out, Elvis Andrus come to the plate, and Jim Miller is starting to loosen in that A's bullpen, as you saw. So the Rangers making some noise. They were able to put single runs on the board in the first and third. The difference in the game is Oakland scoring 3 in their part of the third. And the pitch outside to Elvis. 1 ball and no strikes. Andrus is fouled out and struck out tonight. Well, the hits are even at 7 in this ball game. Rangers trying to capitalize on a leadoff walk, a stolen base, and an infield single. And a toss to first. Ian Kinsler, last time he was on base, stole second very easily against Tyson Ross and Derek Norris. But as Mark McLemore told you, it's more Tyson Ross that he's running on. And typically big guys, particularly tall right-handers, have a hard time holding runners closer, preventing them from getting a good jump. Way outside, backhanded by Norris. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
And see, this is a perfect situation of what we were talking about earlier. Tyson Ross is thinking about Ian Kinsler. He's trying to get to the plate quick. He's not coming anywhere close to throwing a strike right now and getting himself further and further in trouble. So putting that pressure on the defense, on that pitcher and catcher, is what Ron Washington really likes to do.
Yep. And they have the horses to do it, too. They've got the guys at the bottom of the order, Leonis Martin, and the top of the order with Kinsler and Andrus, that can make guys be concerned when they get on base.
Now that Martin is in the lineup, there's three guys right in a row, and that's just that's a lot of pressure right there. That's a lot of pressure.
And when Craig Gentry was playing before Leonis got here, I had the same kind of idea. You know, Gentry run you crazy if you allowed him to get on base. There goes Kinsler. The pitch is outside. The throw is high, and sliding in safely is Kinsler. Leonis Martin staying at third base. He had to make sure that throw went by Tyson Ross. And by that time, it was not a good gamble to try for home. But Kinsler with his second stolen base tonight. The Rangers with their third. And it's a 3-0 count on Elvis Andrus with Josh Hamilton looming in the on-deck circle.
And you can see the difference between our number 2 hitter and the A's number 2 hitter. Elvis squared around, fake bunt, try and create some distraction there so Ian could get to second base and get into scoring position. Well, last inning with Weeks at the plate and Coco Crisp at first base, he swung at the first pitch and flew out to center field, as opposed to throw some pitches, maybe take a strike, and let Coco Crisp try and steal and get into scoring position, and then move him over.
That's a good point. Very good point.
The 3-1, that's popped up, foul territory. Moss over to take a look, but it will be back just past the Ranger dugout and 6 rows deep.
That's kind of what everybody has talked about with Elvis over now in his 4th full season in the big leagues, how it's kind of gotten better gradually along the way to where now you're seeing a pretty polished number 2 hitter up there doing the things you're talking about, Matt.
That's great. I love it. And right now he's trying to hit the ball to the right side to get a run home and get Kins over to third base and still the tying run with less than 2 outs at third base.
Exactly.
And another offshoot of that, Tyson Ross has had a couple of 3-ball counts in this inning. where he only had one for the first 4 innings. Payoff pitch, hit hard up the middle. Weeks, a great play. The off-balance throw, not in time. In to score is Martin, and it's a 4-3 Oakland lead. And the Rangers have runners at the corner, still nobody out for Josh Hamilton.
You know, Mac, there's exactly what you're talking about. And a lot of people forget with men on second and third and nobody out that you're trying to hit the ball to the right side. Now, he did it every single pitch that inning, including with 2 strikes now. He's trying to give himself up and do that.
That's a pitch that he can turn on, but he may hit a ground ball to shortstop and you get nothing at it, or he may pull it a one-hopper to third base in that situation. But he hit the ball up the middle, and fortunately he got a hit out of it, but he got his main job done, which was to get the runner in from third base and move the runner from second to third.
There you go. That is playing the Ranger style of baseball that they've been doing very, very well now for the last week or so. Well, that's going to do it for Tyson Ross. Jim Miller is coming in. And before we tell you about him, we're going to take a short timeout and be right back on Fox Sports Southwest. At Bat 12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. You can get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and a whole lot more. Just text at BAT to 31826 or visit TexasRangers.com for details. Now the Rangers making a lot of noise. They have chased Tyson Ross from the ball game here in the 5th inning, and they're threatening for a whole lot more as Jim Miller comes on. And he has been one steady guy coming out of that A's bullpen.
That's a pretty good rally for the Rangers. A walk, a swinging bunt, and a hard hit ground ball to second. 2 infield hits. Let's go for the big stuff now.
There goes Andrus, and the pitch is fouled away to the left side. And Elvis had second base stolen, but Josh saw one that he really liked and couldn't lay off of it. Now it's fouled out of play. It's 0-1, and Elvis will retrace his steps.
You know, that's the only thing about being the number 2 hole hitter that can steal bases. You've got to defer to the number 3 hitter. If no matter how great of a jump you have, if that number 3 hitter wants to swing, he's hitting that third spot for a reason.
Yeah, with the man on third, you got to give him that hole to shoot at right there.
Yeah.
You know, Miller a little fake to third and check back to first, and nothing happening. Hamilton has faced Miller 1 time in his career. He's 0 for 1, popped out. Runners at the corners, and Josh takes the pitch high and outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Miller took the loss in yesterday's, or I should say in Tuesday's ball game up in Seattle. But he has been pretty much nails. He's 8th among American League relievers with a 1.48 ERA. And Hamilton lays off that high fastball. It's 2-1. Josh, an RBI on a ground out of the first, and then he had an RBI single with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. So he has Now gotten up to 69 with the RBI total. And he's got Ian Kinsler at third, Elvis Andrus at first with nobody out here in the 5th inning. Pardon my opinion, folks, but that's awful. If you're going to do that move, at least do it right. Even a Christmas.
So you don't blame him for booing them, Buzz?
No. Again, fouled off, and again, Elvis, a huge jump. No, I don't. That's, you know, and they're talking about outlawing that move, and I can understand why watching some of these guys try and do it. It's really a waste of time. Trying to speed the game up is all they're doing. Jim Miller, the right-hander, in pretty hot water. He was taken over for Tyson Ross. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. He goes first base way, and pretty good move, but back with the dive is Elvis. Ranger bench seeing the ball club get back to within 1. Have runners at first and third, nobody out. And again, a snap throw to first. I think Elvis might have been going that time too, the way he had that little false step to second before he got back.
Well, he definitely wants to go. And chances are, well, not chances are, it's going to be a pretty good chance that if it's close to the plate, Josh is going to be swinging.
Yeah, it's 2 strikes and it's almost through the at bat, and he's still got the hole to shoot at right now anyway if he does go.
2-2 pitch. That's fouled away to the left. And we'll try it again. This might be the first time in a while, maybe since San Francisco, that I've seen Josh Hamilton really try and hit the ball the other way every swing he's taken. Haven't seen him pull off the ball yet, which is something he's been doing with relative frequency lately. He's really had some good hacks up there. And again, a throw to first, and again, Elvis back. Two and two. With runners at first and third, the A's play in the middle of the infield back. They will give up the tying run for maybe 2 outs. And that pitch high and away, the count has gone full. Now Josh up there with a 3-2 count. He is trying to get aboard or drive some runs in, or both. Adrian Beltre is waiting in the on-deck circle.
Definitely trying to keep the ball away from Josh.
Miller ready. There goes Elvis. And high, ball 4. That will load him up for Adrian Beltre. Now Hamilton, a good job of laying off a couple of pitches earlier in that sequence that he might have swung at a few days ago. He draws the big walk and loads the bases. And Adrian Beltre, who is 0 for 2 tonight, steps in. Adrian Beltre with 9 grand slams in his career, and he takes the first pitch very high from Jim Miller. It's ball 1. At home this year, no one has been better than Adrian Beltre. Highest home batting average in the league. And he's got a chance here to turn this game around with 1 swing of the bat. 1-0 pitch, and the breaking ball stays inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Good spot right now. It's 2-0. He can't walk him. He's already seen his fastball. He can just sit on it right now. Get out in front of one and drive it.
Kinsler at third, Andrus at second, Hamilton at first. And a 2-ball, no strike count to the Ranger cleanup man, Adrian Beltre. High, ball 3.
Miller doing on that slider, Buzz, dropping his elbow down too low.
It's hard to throw when you're a little bit tight about throwing a strike. You know? I mean, your arm shortens up a little bit, and you just can't do what you normally do. 3-0. Ball 4, and Beltre with a bases-loaded walk. Kinsler scores the tying run. Everybody else moves up 90 feet. And we are back dead even at 4-4.
I wouldn't call this a typical Ranger rally. They've had 5 batters and haven't hit a ball out of the infield yet.
Jordan Alberto, the left-hander, up and loosening. He's looking down the lineup to David Murphy's spot before he would be called on. Kurt Young out to have a talk with Jim Miller. Miller's been around a little bit. He knows exactly what has to be done. 29-year-old was with the Colorado organization. He signed with the A's as a minor league free agent, or a minor league contract, I should say, last November. Now facing Michael Young. And a breaking ball is high and inside, ball 1.
Just can't get the slider down.
And Michael Young with 4 grand slams in his career. A 4-4 ball game. Rangers threatening to do more than just tie it here in the 5th. And Young pops it up. Down the line in foul territory. Brandon Moss, the first baseman, makes the catch, and nobody can advance. That is out number 1 as Young fouls out to the first baseman. Maybe a little over anxious.
You got a pitch that he drives. He's a great high fastball hitter.
Yeah.
So you can't say anything about the pitch selection. He just got underneath it a little bit.
Yep. No, you're right.
There's plenty of times where that's a pitch that he drives to right center field. Just not that time.
The 1 gone. Base is still full. Nelly Cruz 1 for 2. Check swing on a breaking ball. Last time up against Tyson Ross, Cruz swung at a breaking ball in the dirt after Ross had thrown a couple of fastballs that Nelly had fouled back to the screen with good swings. Miller to the plate. Oh, had a good rip at that fastball. 1-1.
That's the one. You say to yourself, I hope I get another one there.
Yeah, you think he's muttering something under his breath to himself?
I think I heard him. I don't think he was under his breath.
And this one popped up foul territory toward the Ranger dugout. It's going to be back about 7 rows out of play. And the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Nelly Cruz.
He did get another one. They're down now, though.
9 out of 18 times Cruz has scored that runner from third base with less than 2 out. Interesting talking with Scott Coolbaugh last weekend about Ranger hitting difficulties in situations. He said he just thought that guys were trying to do too much. It led to the inconsistency. Instead of taking the at-bat, and Cruz going after a high fastball can't catch up with it. So a foul out and a strikeout with the bases loaded. They're now 2 gone. It's going to take a little special something from David Murphy if the Rangers are to score more.
Yeah, he just overmatched him with his fastball there. He threw him a couple of fastballs right near the center of the plate. Nelly had a couple of good swings and fouled him off, and then just elevated it a little bit, threw that one by him.
Murphy, like Cruz, 1 out of 2 tonight. A couple of grand slams in his career. Hard hit, ground ball, base hit right field. Andrus scores. Here comes Hamilton. He will score as the throw goes into second, and David Murphy continues his torrid pace. A 2-run single, and the Rangers lead 6-4.
Like David right off the bat. Don't worry about those 2 outs. I'll take care of it. First pitch hitting, big 2-out hit. Hate to squander bases loaded, nobody out in a tie ball game, and David made sure that didn't happen.
This is what makes this team so good. They've got somebody that can pick you up. And it doesn't matter who it is, 1 through 9, even guys on the bench. They come in and get the job done time and time again.
Yeah, I'm sure both Michael and Nelly were on the bench feeling badly about missing that opportunity, and now they feel great because David did pick them up.
Well, the Rangers played 4 in the inning, and they're not through as far as Jorvi Torrealba is concerned. They have runners at first and second. Jorvi takes a slow breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Here's the guy who has been, as Tom said, hitting in tough luck all night. He lined into a double play, a sharp liner to the first baseman his first time up, then sent Josh Reddick deep into the right center field alley to haul in a shot last time. And the second pitch is inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Mac, you've been on a pretty good roll last few times you've been over here with us. You've been scoring some runs, boy.
I had to step it up a little bit, you know. All those goose eggs I was
throwing out. What'd you do to get
there.
out of your slump? Have you been working on anything?
No.
No?
I'd like to say yes.
Just a matter of time.
That was it. You know, it's a long season. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Yep.
And ball 3 is high. I've heard that before. I always wondered what that meant. A 3-0. The crowd energized here by this 4-run Ranger inning. Jim Miller, after giving up a bases-loaded walk to Adrian Beltre and a 2-run single to David Murphy, throws a strike to make it 3 balls and 1 strike to Jorvi Torrealba. Torrealba, the 9th man to hit in this Ranger 5th inning. Miller ready, a check of the runners. And the 3-1 is outside, ball 4, and that will load him up for the youngster Leonis Martin, and it will also do it for Jim Miller. So Miller, who brought in that fantastic 1.48 ERA, 8th in the American League against relievers, and he's not going to make it out of the inning. He retires too, but he's going to leave with property at all 3 bases. And Norberto, the left-hander, is going to come on into the ball game to face Leonis Martin or possibly a pinch hitter. 6-4 Rangers. They've come back on Fox Sports Southwest. Well, the left-hander Jordan Norberto is on now. He becomes the 3rd pitcher of the inning for the Oakland Athletics, and Rangers are not finished yet. They have another opportunity with bases loaded and 2 outs. And Leonis Martin will stay in to hit against the left-hander.
Well, he's been tough to hit. He has an opponent's batting average of 185, but he's walked 14 guys in 26 innings, and there's no room for a walk. Speaking of walks, a walk is what started this inning, and Leonis is the guy that worked that walk against Ross.
Norberto with the first pitch. Very high for ball one.
I think one of the best things that can happen as a hitter, you come up in this situation and the first pitch you see is his best fastball for a ball. So now, now you've seen his fastball and you're ahead in the count.
Norberto, a 25-year-old, who's 6 feet tall, 195 pounds. The 1-0 pitch. Ooh, good rip and a miss at a fastball, and it's 1-1. Leonis out of the batter's box, going to nod at his head, and as if he were having a little talk with himself, say, all right, here's what you need to do. He's back in there. Norberto is ready. Went after a high fastball at 93 and couldn't quite catch up with it.
They pumped those last two right in the same spot, inside and upper part of the strike zone.
Norberto came over from the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. Came along with Brandon Allen in exchange for Brad Ziegler in that trade deadline trade, and a swinging strike three. Tough matchup for Leonis Martin, but Mark McLemore does it again. Rangers come up with 4. They take the lead 6-4. Mac, thanks a lot. We'll look forward to seeing you over on Rangers Live.
See you, Mac. All right.
6-4 Texas on Fox Sports Southwest.
You guys came all the way in from San Angelo?
Yes, sir. Drove all the way from San Angelo this morning, loaded up the truck. They were in the back, brought Rangers fever all the way here. Staying all the way to Sunday. We're going all the way this year.
There we go. All right. Keep it going, guys. There we go. Buzz.
All right, Jim. Thought the blue group was playing downtown somewhere. Kind of looked like, well, no, I guess not. Never mind. Scott Feldman back to the hill, and for the first time tonight, he has a lead with which to work. 6-4 Rangers as they rally for 4 runs in the 5th inning. And the first hitter is Brandon Inge, and he lines a base hit to right field. So Inge getting the 6th inning started against Feldman, going the other way. Inge now is 1 for 3 tonight. And that is the 8th hit allowed by Feldman in the first 5 innings plus a hitter. And action going again is Tanner Scheppers up and throwing. Scheppers was up last inning. And he again is loosening in the Ranger bullpen. 1 on, nobody out. Brandon Moss 0 for 2. Steps to the plate. First pitch is lined to center field. That's a base hit. Checking in his second is Inge. And here come the Athletics. Well, they just are not letting up here tonight either. So back-to-back singles to lead off the 6th inning. And here comes Ron Washington. Well, he is apparently seen all he needs to of Scott Feldman tonight. Feldman right at the 100 pitch mark. He goes pounding that ball into the glove. Tanner Shepard's being summoned from the bullpen. So Feldman finishes with 5 innings plus 2 hitters of work. And he departs with a 6-4 lead. Tanner Shepard's coming on. And we'll be right back after this timeout on Fox Sports Southwest. Shepard's out of Mission Viejo, California, on in relief of Scott Feldman. Feldman worked the first 5+ innings, allowed 9 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 4 runs thus far, and he has the responsibility for the 2 runners on base, and there are Tanner Shepard's numbers this year.
We were talking yesterday, Buzz, about with Perez, Kirkman, Shepard's 3. I won't count Robbie Ross because he's earned his stripes this year, but with 3 young pitchers out of 7 in the bullpen, Wash doesn't have the luxury of using the young guys slowly in comfortable situations. It's baptism under fire right here. You got a 2-run game. Tanner pitched with a lead in his last outing and did well. So here you go. Great opportunity for him to come in and close the door in a rally in a close game.
And it'll be a right-hander against a right-hander. Derek Norris, who has homered in this game, he is 2 for 2. Home run and a single against Feldman. And going after the first pitch, Norris fouls it away to the right. It's 0-1. Shepard's coming right out of the bullpen, firing it at 96. And that's something we saw for the last 2 times out, Tom, that he was able to do and keep the ball down in the strike zone doing it.
Yeah, and the 96 is definitely not a problem for Tanner. It's just the command, consistent command. And when he commands his fastball where he wants to, then with that velocity, he's in great shape. He's getting better at it.
Brandon Inge away from second. Brandon Moss at first. Double play ground ball to Kinsler. Andrus for 1. On to Young. A 4-6-3 double play. Yeah, that's the nice thing about having 96 down in the strike zone. You get a ground ball, it's usually fairly hard hit. And a tailor-made double play for Tanner Shepard and the Rangers.
That's a big pitch right there. Fortunately, Tanner didn't touch it, deflect it, or even catch it, because it was going to be an automatic double play if it got to Ian. He might have touched that ball. In any event, it's a double play, 2 outs, and Kip Pennington right here, and you've come in and done a great job.
Pennington 1 for 2 tonight. He homered against Feldman in the 3rd inning and struck out against Scott in the 4th. That's just power against a guy that doesn't have a whole lot of power typically. Pennington not able to catch up with that Shepard's fastball. See the average at 208. Shepard's from the stretch. And the fastball sails on him. It's very high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, the thing you love, he comes into a tough situation, really the toughest situation he's been in yet, And he came in with his best fastball, and he threw quality strikes with it.
Now the 1-1. Mismatch on that pitch. A ball and 2 strikes. Tanner Shepard's trying to keep the lead at 6-4 here in the 6th inning. Right-handers ready. The 1-2 on the way, just off the outside corner. Well, you know that Ron Washington and Jackie Moore would have loved to have seen Greg Gibson call that a strike.
Yeah, that one had a little 97-mile-an-hour velocity with that low tailing action on it.
Now it's 2-2. Popped him up left center field. Moving over is Leonis Martin. Now coming back a little bit toward the infield. Makes the catch, and what a job by Tanner Shepard. He gets 3 outs on 7 pitches. The A's do not score. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Rangers 6, Oakland 4 on Fox Sports Southwest. Inning brought to you by Sonic. Tonight's jackpot is worth $1,000 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Tonight the Rangers are hitting for Paul Bible of Westlake. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam in the inning, Paul Bible of Westlake will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. It'll be the top of the order to face Jordan Noberto. Ian Kinsler, a perfect night, 3 for 3 with 3 runs scored. And Noberto missing high and away for ball 1.
Well, Noberto did his job too. He came in with quality strikes, quality fastball, struck out Martin with the bases loaded, stopped the bleeding for the A's in a frustrating inning.
Kinsler out in front of a pretty good changeup from Noberto.
4 walks last inning. 2 of them scored. Big hit was David Murphy's single, 2 outs and the bases loaded.
Kinsler with a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Noberto back to him and misses just off the plate inside. Noberto out of the Dominican Republic. We mentioned he came over from the Arizona Diamondbacks last trading deadline, a trade that sent Brad Ziegler to Arizona. Fires a strike here, and it's 2-2 to Kinsler. Noberto appeared in 6 ball games last year for Oakland. No record, but rather bloated 8.1 ERA. Kinsler, a kind of an afterthought with that swing. He's able to stay alive. He fouls off the high changeup, it appeared. Two balls, two strikes. Hard hit ball, backhanded nicely by Pennington. He sets, fires, and just does get him. Now, Kinsler's bid for his 4th hit of the night, taken away by some pretty good work at short by Cliff Pennington.
Yeah, that was a terrific play. And shortstops make plays differently. Elvis likes to make this play and jump and throw it. Pennington's very quick and agile. He gets his feet planted and comes over the top with a nice strong arm. Makes a really nice play. Let's see if Moss picked it. Yep, nice play by Moss at first base to pick it for him too. We saw the same play made by Elvis a little bit differently on the run, and Michael Young making the same pick.
The one gone, and here is Elvis. Goes after that changeup with no success. It's 0-1. Elvis, an infield single in the 5th inning. Drove in the run and upped his RBI total to 31 for the year. He also increased his hitting streak to 6 consecutive ball games. Showing bunt and pulls the bat back. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Buzz want to have a shout out for our buddy Steve Tennyson. Longtime cameraman, great guy, friend of all of us. Not at the game tonight. Steve, hope you're watching. Hope you're feeling better. Want to see you back here as soon as possible.
I second that. Good man, Steve Tennyson. He's been around here almost as long as we have.
Yes, he sure has.
Now the 1-2 to Elvis, and that's in the dirt. Count goes even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Elvis, that batting average up 1 tick from where he started at .304 now. And Norberto back with the 2-2 pitch. Chop foul. The hits are even at 9 in this ball game. Rangers with a big 4-run 5th inning took the lead and trying to add on here against Norberto. Pitch high and outside. The count has gone full to Andrews. So Elvis trying to get aboard with 1 out. Josh Hamilton swinging that bat in the on deck circle, getting ready. Josh with a couple of runs driven in tonight. Inside, ball 4. And Andrus aboard with the walk. A well-earned walk by Elvis. Down in the count, he is able to work it back full, then take the stroll down to first base. That's the 5th walk issued by A's pitching tonight. 1 by Ross, 3 by Miller, and now 1 by Norberto. And Josh steps in, 1 for 2 officially. He walked and scored in the 5th inning. Left-hander versus left-hander. The first pitch outside for ball 1. Elvis a pretty good lead at first. And Norberto trying that outside corner again, missed. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Hamilton this year against lefties, significant increase from what it had been. He's hitting just over 300, 301. And he takes
pitch 3 times
right outside the strike zone. It's 3-0. You got to think that he'll probably have a green light here.
He's definitely throwing them away. That's the pattern tonight. But they're missing away, and Josh is not swinging at the pitches out of the strike zone.
Yeah.
Got a big walk in the 5th inning. Loaded the bases before Adrian walked too.
There goes Elvis. The pitch to the strike. The throw to second, not in time, and the ball gets away. Elvis up, headed for third. He will make it standing. So Elvis with the stolen base. And he caught everybody by surprise on a 3-0 pitch.
Well, the Rangers, as you've said several times tonight, Buzz, are using their aggressive style on the bases. They're stealing, they're running. Got a chance to steal another run right here. Got to play the infield in now with Josh up.
There'll be a stolen base and an error on Cliff Pennington for not hanging on to the throw. The 3-1 to Hamilton is low and outside, ball 4, and that puts runners at the corners for Adrian Beltre.
Well, it's a good sign tonight. Josh hit a ground ball with a man on third base when you had to make contact for an RBI. Had a hard base hit up the middle for an RBI, and now he's worked 2 walks.
And Evan Scribner loosening up rather rapidly out in that bullpen as Adrian Beltre steps in. Beltre had an RBI, his 50th of the year with a bases loaded walk last inning. And he goes after the first pitch and drives it to right field. It's going to be caught, but that's going to score a run as Andrews tags at third. He comes down the line, and the Rangers lead 7-4. Adrian Beltre's sacrifice fly gets the job done. The Rangers tack on a run here in the 6th inning. Well, they immediately make the A's pay for the error by Pennington. And when the Rangers were playing well the first part of the year, they made almost everybody pay. They turned errors into runs virtually every time that someone committed them. And Hamilton going, he's picked off. They throw to second, now they got him in a rundown. And back to the first baseman Moss. That will do it. So Josh guessing wrong on the first move by Norberto. But the Rangers come up with a run on no hits. A couple of walks, and after 6 complete, it's now the Rangers 7 and the A's 4 on Fox Sports Southwest. On Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. If you want to break up with a vehicle that's breaking down, then head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Jack in the Box. Right now you can try Jack's Chipotle Chicken Club Combo for only $4.99 plus tax. A crowd of varying ages out here tonight, and they are seeing the Rangers come back from an early deficit. They now have a 7-4 lead, and Tanner Shepard's back to the mound after doing a great job relieving Scott Feldman in the 6th inning. Shepard's inherited runners at first and second with nobody out. Had a double play ground ball from Derek Norris, and then a fly ball from Cliff Pennington. No damage done, and 7 pitches total. Ground ball by the diving Michael Young into right field. And Coco Crisp, a leadoff single in the 7th inning, is aboard. His 3rd hit of the night.
And Michael has to play in with Crisp up there so he can't bunt. So he's in front of the bag. Cuts your reaction time down. Almost made a great play. You have the luxury of playing back 7 or 8 feet. You have a better chance to catch that hard hit ball. tough to react and make that diving play when you're that close.
That's the 10th Oakland hit of the night against Ranger pitching. Crisp on first. Jemiah Weeks 0 for 3 is at the plate. And we'll see if with a 3-run deficit, if Coco Crisp is thinking about stealing second base. 1 ball, no strikes to Weeks.
Also, I think it's a tough inning for Sheppers too, because he came into the last inning sky high, adrenaline flowing, tough situation. Now you get out of it, which is a great feeling. Then you have to go back to the bench. Now you've got to come back with a lead and do it again.
That pitch is a strike at the knees. It's 1-1. Yeah, that's a good point, Tom. It's amazing what happens. That little sit down between one inning and another does to a pitcher sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it's different for a starter. You're used to that. But for a reliever, and a short reliever, a lot of times Tanner and a reliever will come in. That's your 1 inning. Bang, you got the job done. But that's the first part of it. Now this is the second part of it.
That's fouled back, and Sheppers with a good hard fastball. He is ahead in the count now to Jemiah Weeks. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Weeks the switch hitter. 219 the average overall. Facing Sheppers for the first time. Right-hander okays the sign, and a check of Crisp at first base. There's that call of time when Sheppers had just about started his motion, and Tanner holding up. And go ahead and throw the ball. Throw it up here if you want to. Throw it over the screen. Now he's ready once again. In the air, left field, Josh Hamilton. Back a couple, now in a couple. That's out number 1. Crisp.
Yeah, you better go back.
bluffing a move to second base just in case Hamilton lobbed the ball in, and Josh didn't do that.
Well, that's a good play by Crisp. He's got great speed. You know it's going to be caught. Why not? But that doesn't work against Ranger outfielders. Number 1, you're not going to catch them by surprise. They're 2 heads up. And if you decide to go, they're going to make a pretty good throw on you.
So 1 away, and Josh Reddick will step in. Reddick had the solo home run in the first inning. Since then, he has fouled out and skied to left field, or center field, I should say.
Yeah, good test right here for Tanner. You got Reddick and Cespedes. They're 2 guys in the middle of the order. Both of them home run threats.
There's Cespedes waiting in the on-deck circle. 1 ball, no strikes. Sheppers back to the plate. Way high and outside. 2-0 the count. Remember, Sheppers made his major league debut in Oakland. Worked an inning, gave up the home run to Brandon Moss, giving up his first run. 2-0 pitch. Boy, Reddick had a big rip. Reddick faced him, and Tanner struck him out that first time around. Two and one now the count. Coco Crisp being held on by Michael Young at first. And Sheppers back to the plate. Good fastball in the outside corner.
You know, Reddick's got 18 home runs. When you look at him at the plate, he's not an imposing physical guy. He's very slim, but you suspect he's very strong and wiry because he can put a charge in it, boy.
Now the 2-2 pitch on the way from Sheppard. Swung on and hit very high in the air down the right field line. Murphy into the corner, but that ball is going to peel off into foul territory and go back into the seats.
That gives you an idea of the swing that he's got. That's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball high and out of the strike zone, and he pulled it.
You know, wiry, I agree with you. The wiry is what describes him best. You won't see many left-handers get on top of that pitch.
No. And that sinker down and away. That's better.
And it's fouled off to the left. Well, Reddick out to do a little soul searching, trying to figure out what Tanner Scheppers might have in mind for this next pitch. The right-hander is ready. And the 2-2. Just low. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now, Scheppers got the first out of the inning after the leadoff single by Crisp. But now he's 1 pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate. If Reddick is able to get aboard. Crisp stepping off a lead at first. He's on the move. And the payoff pitch is way high and outside. And ball 4 will indeed bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Yoenis Cespedes. And Robbie Ross working very quickly in the Ranger bullpen to get ready as Mike Maddox headed out to the mound.
Well, Tanner's thrown almost all fastballs. And that last pitch looked like a 3-2 changeup that just got away from him.
As Mike Maddox is out there, we remind you that this coming Saturday, these same 2 teams, the Rangers and the A's, will be on Fox right here from Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. It's going to be a 6:15 start on Fox Saturday night on MLB on Fox. Rangers and the Angels from right here in Arlington. And we know it'll be Tommy Malone going for the A's, but the Rangers have not made their determination who's going to start for them. It could be Justin Grimm. It could be Martin Perez. You just have to wait and find out. Or as they say, stay tuned for further information.
Yeah, they're probably waiting until this game is over with to see what it looks like after this game, depending on who has to be used in this game. Well, here's a big moment for Tanner Scheppers.
Cespedes 1 for 2 tonight. Ooh, he almost takes a fastball in the ribs. That fastball coming in at 96 miles an hour, right where the 5 and 2 come together on Cespedes' jersey. He had to spin out of the way, and that'll get your heart beating in case it wasn't already. Not a whole lot of time to react to that kind of fastball, is there, Tom?
Not too much. If it hits you, you hope it grazes your uniform.
The 1-0 pitch. That's inside, almost hit him. 2 balls and no strikes. Scheppers having a little trouble finishing the pitches, or in other words, extending toward the outer part of the plate, trying to throw the ball on the outer half to Cespedes, and they're kind of leaving it inside. And Ron Washington trying to figure out what he wants to do. He has Robbie Ross getting ready in the bullpen. You have a left-hander, Seth Smith, getting ready to come to the plate after Cespedes. Right now, there's Robbie Ross. I'd love to see Tanner Scheppers come back and get Cespedes, if not a double play, at least an out. Reddick, the runner at first, Crisp at second base. The A's do not ground into a lot of double plays, only 50, including the one they grounded into tonight on the season. That's near the top of the league in fewest. Up the middle, dive and gone by Andrus and into center field. Around third is Crisp. He scores. The throw to third, not in time to get Reddick. And Cespedes comes through with an RBI single to make it a 7-5 Ranger lead.
He didn't hit it that hard. It looked like he got jammed a little bit. That ball kind of sliced away from Elvis. Almost was able to knock it down.
Well, that's going to do it for Tanner Scheppers. Did a great job getting out of difficulty in the 6th, but that was not his mess coming in. This was a problem after a leadoff single to Crisp, then a walk to Reddick, and now the RBI single to Cespedes. Cespedes' second RBI of the night that just evaded Elvis Andrus. So Shepherd's finished. Robbie Ross being called upon. He will make his way in from the right center field bullpen. The Rangers leading 7-5. Back after this on Fox Sports Southwest. The Metroplex, Metro PCS, and Southwest Airlines are offering a chance to win a trip for 4 to watch your home team play in Los Angeles. Register to win at MetroPCSFlyaway.com. Now Robbie Ross on to take over. He has runners at the corners. 1 out in the 7th. A run across. Rangers still leading 7-5 and facing Seth Smith, who fouls off the first pitch to the left. Smith tonight is 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a ground ball to second. And he's facing the 23-year-old left-hander out of Lexington, Kentucky, Robbie Ross. Ross, a check of Cespedes at first, and the pitch high and away.
You can't do much better than that coming straight out of Double-A with only a couple of minor league years of experience as a high school kid.
Ross back to the plate, and the pitch hit high in the air to left. That's going to be deep enough to score the run. Hamilton in the corner, and Josh makes the catch. Tagging at third, coming down the line to score is Josh Reddick. And the sacrifice fly cuts this to a 1-run Ranger lead. It's now a 7-6 ball game as Seth Smith gets the job done, his 27th RBI on the sacrifice fly. That run on the ledger of Tanner Shepard. Cespedes staying at first base. He represents the tying run of this ball game, and Brandon Inge coming to the plate. Inge 1 for 3. Had a 6th inning single. That was off Scott Philbin, and the first pitch to him is high for ball 1. Inge 1 out of 2 against Robbie Ross. And a toss to first. Brandon Inge, the acquisition from Detroit after he was basically banished there. I mean, they ran him out of town. He's a good ball player. I don't pitch inside to him. 2-0.
Yeah, it's one thing when a guy is playing badly and they want to make a change. That's fine. That happens every day in baseball. But for a guy that did all he did for the city of Detroit and that team to have been booed at the end of his career just wasn't right.
And the pitch inside, it's 3 balls and no strikes. Now Inge, third baseman, second baseman, outfielder, catcher. The years he spent in Detroit, he did a little bit of everything, and he might have pitched as far as I could tell. A very versatile player, had some great years over there. And the pitch on the inside corner to Inge. 3-1 now the count.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that always had a great attitude. Had some good years for him, had some big hits for him.
Ross ready. And goes first base way to drive Cespedes back. Well, Inge brought that ability to get big hits over to Oakland with him. He has gotten quite a few, and that's probably one of the reasons that Oakland has come up the charts in that. Chops this one to third. Beltre goes the short way, and they get Cespedes, who was going in standing.
Maybe he's still got a hamstring issue.
He could.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that'll do it. The A's come up with a couple of runs on 2 hits. They leave 1. And it's 7th inning stretch time. Rangers by 1.
We head to the bottom of the 7th, and you may remember the Rangers record against the AL West last season, 40-17, pretty impressive. This season, a measly 10-12, but to the surprise of no one, Michael Young not reading too much into that early record.
I think the teams we played and the games we've played so far, they've played well. But at the same time, one thing we do well is we make adjustments from the games we've played, and we look forward to the next one. So they played well, give them credit for that, but at the same time we were confident in things that we're able to do as a team, and those are the things that we focus on going forward.
And that 10-12 mark within the division includes a 7-5 mark here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, guys.
All right, Em, thanks very much. And as Michael Young starts off the bottom of the 7th inning, he will face a new pitcher, and that's Evan Scribner, the right-hander.
Only the 3rd game so far for Scribner. So far, so good, though. 5 strikeouts in 4 innings. Not much else.
And Scribner to Young, and it's a low fastball out of the strike zone. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Michael tonight 1 for 3. He had a 4th inning single leading things off, was stranded there as the Rangers couldn't get him around. It was after the next pitch, and that's fouled away to the right. And Michael, that batting average on the climb once again at 275. Hopefully his downturn is behind him. Saw him fall to the lowest spot in a while. That's going to plug the gap in left center field. It's cut off nicely by Smith, but Young digging for second. Ahead of the throw, he slides in safely.
Well, it was a little bit like the Tiger game last night, where the Rangers have a lead. The A's keep plugging away. They scored a couple, and then the Rangers keep scoring themselves. Boy, there's an ultimate hanging curveball. Michael drives it for a double. Second hit for Michael tonight. Hopefully that'll lead to a rally here in the 7th. Trying to counter the 2 runs the A's got in the top of the inning.
So Micah now 10 for 30 on the homestand. And he has been doing some damage, and it's great to see. A leadoff double here. And Nelly Cruz to the plate. He is 1 for 3. He has struck out his last 2 times up after singling. And then he had a rip at a Scribner fastball and fouled it back.
Nelly's had some fastballs, and he's had great swings at him. He's just fouling them off, not quite connecting with them the last couple of times up.
The one fastball that he really drove up the middle for that single was down a little bit. It looks like these were up, just elevated some, huh?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
That's low and outside. A ball and a strike to Cruz. And there's Mike Adams getting ready in the Ranger bullpen for the 8th. Scribner, a long hook into Norris. Now he has the sign that he wants. Well, he got Cruz on the fists, and Nelly fights it off foul. Mentioned Nelly, it's been uneven for him lately. He came into the game 1 out of 14 in his last 4 games, and that was on the heels of that 2 home run game and 4 RBI that he had against Colorado. Next pitch, foul back to the screen, another fastball. Boy, he's having some rips at it.
Those are the balls that go 400 feet when Nelly connects on them.
Yeah. When you're not quite there, Tom, is that the kind of thing you do, foul off pitches normally?
That's frustrating, because I think you feel like every time you go to the plate, you're going to get a pitch to hit, and you just want to take advantage of it. And I guess when you're hot, you're not missing them. And you know, Nelly's had some great games. He's hitting the ball pretty well. Just had a couple of at bats right here where he's had some great swings and hasn't quite connected with them. The thing with a guy like Nelly is keep throwing it there, and he will connect sooner or later. Jay Buhner used to be like that. You get him to where you think you're going to get him to swing and miss, and bang, there it goes.
Scribner set a check of Young. And Cruz another one, fouling it straight back just to our right. And the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Young getting his lead from second as Nelly's waiting. And this one he pops up. Shallow center field. Weeks going out. Long run for Crisp. He can't get it. Reddick gets it. Young trying to go to third. He's thrown out. Reddick did a great job of having the play in front of him and realizing that Young was going to try and advance on the single by Cruz. And Young is shot down by Josh Reddick.
They got to break. The ball got up way up in the air, and then the wind blew it back. Weeks kind of ran about 50 yards past the ball. Unfortunately, it bounced right straight up to Reddick, who's got a short throw to make to get Michael at third base.
The Cruz gets credit for a single. Michael Young is shot down 9-5 if you're scoring along, and that's going to do it for Evan Scribner. And the hard-throwing left-hander Sean Doolittle making his way in, and while he gets to the mound and takes his warm-up tosses, we will take another short timeout on Fox Sports Southwest. And trying to score more here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And they're going to have to do it against a hard-throwing left-hander in Sean Doolittle.
And we saw Doolittle when he first got called up to the big leagues. He's got a great arm. Given up 9 hits in 8 2/3, but he struck out 17, almost 2 per inning. They can definitely strike you out. Rangers got a good look at that in Oakland.
And David Murphy was due up, but he's been called back to the bench, and Craig Gentry will come up and pinch hit for Murphy. And Doolittle's first pitch fouled back. It's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball to Gentry. It's 0-1. Craig hitting .345, a home run and 15 RBI. Been slowed lately by a rolled right ankle. Did that over the weekend against Colorado and has been used sparingly since. He said he's back to 100%. And the Rangers also have been facing quite a few right-handers, so he hasn't had the chance to get into the lineup. Gentry is a pinch hitter, 0 for 7 this year. And the pitch, a strike at the knees. It's no balls and 2 strikes. And Gentry back in the box. Nelly Cruz, the runner at first. 1 out in the bottom half of inning number 7. And Doolittle goes first base way. The left-hander ready. And the pitch low and outside. Doolittle had only been pitching since last fall, and he decided to make the move. They asked him to make the move to a pitcher with his good arm. And he worked just in 1 game in the fall league, and then this spring training, and started out AAA. Line drive off the bat of Gentry, a base hit to center field. Cruz had to stop momentarily to make sure that ball was going to fall, and it did. And Cruz advances to second base. So Gentry, his first pinch hit of the year. He's now 1 for 8 in that capacity. Rangers have 2 aboard and 1 out for Yorvit Torrealba.
Oh, this was a rope, too. Craig picks up right where he left off. Came into the game hitting .345 before that hit. Rangers keeping the pressure on. 12 hits now for the Rangers, 11 for Oakland.
A 2 on, 1 out. Yorvit steps in, having gone 0 for 2 with a walk tonight.
2 tough outs, too. A couple of line drives that were almost RBI hits.
Going inside, the first pitch from Sean Doolittle. Want to know the count. And a move to second base. Weeks not quite to the bag yet, but Cruz was there in plenty of time. Doolittle staring in for the signs, and now he has the one he wants. The 1-0 pitch. Torrealba going after a high fastball with no success. Now Doolittle, before his conversion to pitching, hit as high as .305 in Stockton, which was the A-ball affiliate of the Athletics back in 2008. He had 18 home runs that year and drove in 61. Next pitch up and in. Then he had some knee issues that caused him to miss the entire 2010 season. Had to have surgery, had patellar tendon transplant, and that's when he began his conversion to pitching. 2-1, the count to Torrealba. Good speed on the base pass for the Rangers with Cruz at second and Gentry at first. And Doolittle's pitch. Foul back. 2-2. Torrealba, a modest 3-game hitting streak going. He's trying to get one, if not both, of those runners, Gentry and Cruz, home. Rangers leading 7-6. They have now out-hit the A's 12-11. As you might have noticed on the out-of-town scoreboard on your screen, the Angels have won. Torrealba, a drive to center field coming on as crisp. A sliding catch, and from his backside he throws to get the double play.
That's a highlight play right there. That
Oh,
ball must have been slicing away from him because he almost missed it. The Rangers get 2 guys thrown out on the bases in that inning.
Coco Crisp, a sliding catch that he turns into a double play, and the Rangers are done in the 7th. 7-6 Texas. Southwest is brought to you by Ace Cash Express, earning your trust since 1968, and by The Amazing Spider-Man in theaters on Tuesday. And the amazing Mike Adams on the hill now as we go to the 8th inning. Rangers leading 7-6 in a semi-slugfest, I guess you would say, here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. And Mike Adams on to see if he could exercise a little control over the situation.
Yeah, it's been kind of strange innings. The Rangers had a 6th inning where they had a couple of walks, a stolen base, and an error. Sacrifice fly and scored a run, unearned run, without a hit. Then last inning, 4 batters hit. There was a double and 2 singles, and they didn't get anything. That's weird.
2 guys thrown out on the base paths.
That's how you do it, little guy.
There you go.
That's what it's going to feel like when one comes right out of the sky into your glove.
That's what I was looking for. Oh, careful. That's a little close. All right, Brandon Moss to start things off. Mike Adams ready to go to work. He's facing the bottom third of the Oakland order. And the first pitch fouled back, a 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Mike Adams. Brandon Moss 1 for 3, as you'll see. He had that single his last time up. He was the last hitter that Scott Feldman faced tonight.
Well, Moss is only hitting .222. He's only had 14 hits. But 7 of them have been home runs and 3 of them have been doubles.
So after the next Adams offering, he finds himself now in a no-ball 2-strike hole. Craig Gentry staying in the ballgame after pinch hitting for David Murphy. He's in right field. Leonis Martin most comfortable in center, so that's where Ron Washington has Martin playing. Mike Adams on for the 3rd consecutive day. Worked the last 2 games against Detroit, total of an inning and a third, and now asked to get the 8th inning against the Athletics tonight. 1-2, the count to Moss. Adams ready to work. Got a pitch up on the fists of Brandon Moss, the cutter. And Moss able to fight it off.
It looks like a pretty good spot to pound Moss. Has been tied up on all 3 of those swings.
Rangers 7 runs on 12 hits tonight. The A's 6 runs on 11 hits. The A's have committed the only error, and that led to an unearned run for the Rangers. Adams ready to go, and again back to Moss he comes, just outside. Adams thought he might have had that one, but Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire, said nope, he refused to throw up that right arm. Yeah.
Good call.
Well, the count is 2-2 now. Adams, as his custom, not working at a rapid pace, but he's set, and the pitch is a little bit low. It's 3-2, and Mike Adams had been working with that abbreviated windup for the last several ball games when he had no one on base, and he's abandoned that. He's gone back to the full-time stretch here tonight. He's gone full to Moss. You don't want to walk the leadoff man when you have a 1-run lead late in the ball game. Payoff pitch, got him swinging.
Well, then how about striking him out?
That'd be good. I much prefer writing down K's to W's. One away, and Derek Norris comes up.
Moss is a dangerous hitter. He doesn't hit for a high average, but he's got home run power, and you have to say the same thing about Norris. He launched one out of here to left field. One of the bigger pitches of the game was Shepard's fastball to Norris that he hit into a double play. Man on first and second, nobody out.
First pitch from Mike Adams to Derek Norris. Good fastball for a strike. 2 for 3 tonight. Derek Norris limited at bats, just being called up a week ago from AAA by the Athletics. The 0-1. Late swing, and kind of a defensive swing as he shoots it down foul territory down the right side, glancing off the box seats down there, and ball girl makes a nice play. So Adams the advantage, 0-2.
I wonder how that beard feels in 100-degree heat.
I don't know.
I've never tried that.
Catching. With the mask on and everything.
Yeah. Great beard, boy.
Yeah. Adams back to him, and that cutter misses outside. If he, and when Brian Wilson comes back from the disabled list, they can get him. That'd be quite a battery, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Norris has got a little ways to go to those proportions, but
Adams with a 1-2, and that pitch is just low. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I mentioned Norris as a minor league hitter, not hitting for high average, but with good power, hit a lot of home runs, and a good eye at the plate. You can see that on those last couple of pitches. It's not a guy that swings wildly.
His second home run of the year came leading off the 3rd inning tonight against Scott Feldman. And now Adams back to him at high cutter, and he fouls it back to the screen. It's still 2-2. Well, Adams about ready to throw his 13th pitch of the night. He's been forced to work a little bit here to get the first out and get even in the count with Norris. Big right-hander okays the sign from Torrealba. Again, the 2-2. Inside, and the count goes full. Well, back-to-back hitters. Mike Adams has taken the string all the way out. And with one out, if Norris is able to get aboard, Cliff Pennington is swinging a bat in the on-deck circle, but there is a question whether Pennington would hit against Mike Adams. Payoff pitch from the Ranger right-hander. Foul back.
The A's only have 3 bench players. They've got 8 guys in their bullpen. They have Johnny Gomes, Kurt Suzuki, and Brandon Hicks, 3 right-hand hitters on the bench. Gomes has some power. Suzuki's been bothered by a sore hand, which probably has had something to do with his low offensive totals.
Right now, it's Adams against Norris. And Mike ready. Again, the 3-2. Inside, ball 4, and Norris really earned that walk from Mike Adams. And Mike Maddox is going to go out and have a talk with his big right-hander. That's only the 7th walk issued by Mike Adams. Well, in this ball game, a couple of big things have happened as far as the Rangers are concerned. Josh Hamilton, an RBI single right up the middle. It's in the 3rd inning. In the 5th inning now, throughout. David Murphy, a bases-loaded ground ball to right field. And that got the Rangers on top. And then Tanner Shepard came in with runners at 1st and 2nd and nobody out in the 6th inning. And immediately got Norris to ground into that 4-6-3 double play. Those are 3 key points in this ball game that have made a big difference for the Rangers. And Pennington is going to hit now with Norris at first base. Pitch is a little bit low. Pennington tonight homered into the right field corner off of Feldman. Other than that, he has struck out and fly to center. He's checking to see if Norris was still in the game over there at first. He is. What you had mentioned, Tom, about only having 3 bench players because of all the injuries to the pitching staff. Pennington fouls it back. You really don't have the luxury of pinch running for.
No, they don't have a lot of maneuverability.
Bob Melvin looked down the bench and said, "Can any of you run?" No. Okay.
The thing is, if you pinch run for him with someone other than Suzuki,
right,
then you have to put Suzuki in the game, and now you're down to really almost no bench.
Yeah. 1-1 pitch. Check swing, and did he go around? No, he did not. The appeal down to 3rd where Manny Gonzalez says nope, no swing, and the count moves to 2-1. That's in that gray zone. Got the hands through, but the bat head stayed back. Adams ready for the 2-1 pitch to Pennington. It's on the way, and it's low and outside. 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, this is a guy you just have to throw right down the middle of the plate now. You got the top of the order coming up. Crisp has been a hot hitter. You don't want to put a man in scoring position in a tie game. And you got a 206 hitter up there. So here it is. Let's see you hit it.
And Mike Adams will try and do just that. He does, and Pennington hits it high in the air to right field. Gentry started back, now comes on, makes the catch, and back to first goes Norris, and that's exactly what Mike Adams did. Fastball right down the middle. Said, here, try and hit it, and Pennington skied to right field for out number 2. But now, because of the walk, you have to deal with Coco Crisp, and potentially Jemile Weeks.
Yeah, that theory works okay with a bottom of the order guy, but getting behind and saying, here's my fastball, to different hitters doesn't work quite so well. So at least if you can get Crisp here to end the 8th inning, he can't lead off the 9th inning, and he's been a catalyst. He's had a couple of 3 singles in the game and scored a couple of runs. Stolen a base.
Adams' first pitch to Crisp is a knee-high strike. Crisp is singled in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th after popping out on the first pitch that he saw tonight. And Mark Lowe loosening in the Ranger bullpen. Would imagine it's in case Mike Adams experiences further difficulty. Adams about ready to throw his 22nd pitch of the inning. Be sure to want to get him up to 30, 32, 34 pitches.
Yeah, it's games like this when you see Adams with 21 pitches in his 3rd straight day.
That's a loop down the left field line. That's off the tarpaulin, out of play.
Nathan's been pitching frequently where you go, boy, we really miss Uehara and Ogando. But again, it's a great opportunity for young guys to have a chance to step up, pitch in key situations, gain the experience. So maybe some benefits can come out of those opportunities too.
0-2 the count to Coco Crisp. Derek Norris stepping off his lead at first, and Mike Adams okays the sign from Torrealba. Got him swinging. Looked like the splitter down, and a big strikeout for Mike Adams. The A's are gone in the 8th. No runs, no hits, 1 left. Rangers coming to bat in the bottom of the 8th, leading 7-6 on Fox Sports Southwest.
A 1-run lead as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Time for the Progressive Fan of the Game buzz. And Tom, you're going to love this little guy. 4-year-old Brennan loves the Rangers here just about every night. I can just name a player. He'll give me the position. Give me Mike Napoli.
Rars.
Very good. I'm going to throw you a loop. Bullpen catcher of the Rangers.
Josh Razor.
All right. Pretty good. And what does Ron Washington say?
That's we big full goal.
There we go. Here's the bag. Congratulations, Brennan. Progressive Fan of the Game. Way to go, big guy. See?
Good job for finding him, Knoxley. Attaboy. Gee, many Christmas. Think he likes his baseball?
I think he does.
Wow. That's great. Bottom of the 8th inning. Leonis Martin to start things off. And Sean Doolittle hits strike 1. Martin tonight a strikeout and a ground out. He also walked and scored. Started off that big Ranger 5th inning when they put 4 on the board. Leonis started that off with a walk and had a stolen base. Shows bunt. and pulls the bat back. It's a strike anyway. And Doolittle with an 0-2 advantage.
Not a bad idea to get something started. He swung and missed 4 straight times at Norberto and now Doolittle's fastball. Both left-handers, both low to mid-90 fastballs.
Breaking ball pulled on the ground to Moss at first. He will take it to the bag himself and beats Leonis by a step or two, and that's out number 1.
He almost hung him a curveball to hit right there. Just got on top of it a little bit.
A one away back to the top of the Ranger order for Ian Kinsler. And Joe Nathan in his customary spot in a close ball game as the Rangers bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, getting ready to pitch the 9th.
And that'll be a tough part of their lineup too. 2, 3, 4. You've got Reddick and Cespedes as the 2nd and 3rd hitters of the inning.
Ian Kinsler takes a fastball just out of the strike zone inside. It's ball 1. Kins 3 out of 4 tonight with 3 runs scored and 2 stolen bases. A couple of singles and a double. He has now upped his major league leading runs scored total to 59 for the year. Well, you wonder why it's taken a while to get to this point. How about 300 combined pitches between the 2 teams? Kinsler a little low and inside. And we're going to look at all. No, we're not. You say we're going to look at all of them. Wrong. Three and 0, the count to Kinsler. Doolittle back to him. And it's a knee-high strike. Doolittle, the 5th pitcher used tonight by Bob Melvin. Tyson Ross started. And Jim Miller, Jordan Norberto, Evan Scribner, and Sean Doolittle. Swinging a foul back, and the count has gone full. A's, on top of giving up 12 hits to the Rangers, have walked 6. Doolittle ready, the payoff pitch on the way. And Kinsler able to fight off a tough inside fastball. Meanwhile, Ranger pitchers have walked 3 tonight. And kind of unusual for this Ranger ball club. They only struck out 5. This is a Ranger staff that has been striking out teams in double figures on a regular basis. Kinsler hits a towering drive that's well fouled down the left field side. That'll be the into the club level, about halfway between third base and the foul pole. 33,927 on hand tonight on this Thursday evening. Sean Doolittle ready again, the 3-2. That's belted to left field. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's hooking foul.
Coming closer.
Wow, that was a line drive that almost was hit too hard to hook.
He turned that 95-mile-an-hour fastball around. He's got him looking fastball all the way. I'm not sure what he's got in the way of off-speed pitches. We saw him throw a changeup way up and away.
Yeah, we may find out here on 3-2. There's a slow ball, and it's looped to left field. In a hurry is Smith. He can't get there in time. And Ian Kinsler, after a big turn, hangs on with his 3rd single of the night, his 4th hit total. And he is aboard with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And here's the Brown Hen Center great hands of the game. And in the 4th inning, it was a nice play on both ends of this, Elvis and Michael Young. How about Elvis's hands? Michael Young's soft hands over there at first. Great play to get a big out. So 1 on, 1 out. And Elvis Andrus at the plate, 1 for 3 tonight. And a fastball bores on the inside corner. Elvis, a 5th inning infield RBI base hit. He has scored twice, having walked in the 6th inning. Doolittle to him, and Elvis pops it up. Shallow center field, going out as Weeks. He doesn't overrun this one. And Jemiah Weeks puts it away. That's out number 2, and back to first goes Kinsler.
Yeah, most of the time the effect from the wind is if you keep it down fairly low, it carries out well to center field. If you hit it sky high, though, it kind of gets above that jet stream. And we saw it on the one that Weeks had a problem with. It blew it back 20 or 30 feet. Wind is blowing in, actually, even though the effect of it on a low line drive or semi-line drive shoots it out.
So here's Josh, who has had a good night at the plate. He's driven in a couple. He only has 1 hit, but he has a couple of walks. And Kinsler will draw a throw from Doolittle. The A's now will go into the overshift with shortstop Pennington well on the first base side of second base. And in the shallow right field is Jemiah Weeks, with the third baseman Brandon Inge playing just about a regular shortstop spot. Fastball is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. So Hamilton, 69 runs driven in this year. Batting average at .313 as he faces Doolittle here in the 8th inning. Slow breaking ball that hangs inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Doolittle about ready to throw his 26th pitch of the night. It's on the way, and boy, Hamilton, a big rip at that one. Low fastball, and couldn't get the wood on it. Doolittle ready once again. Little checker swing out to short. Charging his Inge. He barehands throws, not in time. Hamilton safe at second. Kinsler stops. And Josh has a 2-hit night. So Inge playing at a normal shortstop spot. Almost an impossible play. If he'd been playing at third base where he is normally stationed, might have had a chance to make that play.
He looked like a shortstop trying to make that play. Good try. Well, check swing. Josh really doesn't get out of the box quickly. But where Inge is playing, basically shortstop, he just had a little too far to go. He's lucky he didn't throw the ball away.
Yeah. So 2 on, 2 out. Adrian Beltre, another opportunity to see if he can extend his hitting streak. He is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly and a walk. He's driven into, and he now has 51 RBI for the season. Beltre with that 8-game hitting streak on the line. Kinsler at second, Hamilton at first. And the fastball is in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Adrian's putting up Little League type numbers lately. The homestand, he's hit over 560. Hitting streak, he's hit over 560. 1-1 pitch to him is outside. And it goes 2 balls and a strike. Matter of fact, you go back 13 games, Beltre has hit 500. Doolittle ready for the 2-1 pitch. Big rip and a miss by Beltre. It's 2-2. Ryan Fuentes, the deposed closer, loosening in the A's bullpen. You got a pair of deposed closers out there. Grant Balfour, the other. 2-2 pitch, and Beltre fouls away to the right. Been a tough year for closers. Injury or production.
It's tough to stay on top as a closer for 8 or 10 years. We've got one, though. Joe Nathan's been able to do it.
Yes, sir. Beltre waiting. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. Sean Doolittle reading the signs. And the left-handed has the one he wants to do. Swing and a foul tip. Just by a whisker, Beltre stays alive at 2-2.
Well, you know Doolittle has a good fastball when Adrian hasn't been able to catch up with one yet in this at-bat. Mid-90s fastball. Been a big-time strikeout pitcher. Hasn't struck any Ranger out yet. He came into the game with 8 2/3 innings and 17 strikeouts.
Left-hander comes set, a check of the runners. 2-2, pop foul right back below us and out of play. As a matter of fact, Doolittle was he just joined the ball club when we saw Oakland in Oakland that first week in June. Coming into play tonight, he'd only faced 4 Ranger hitters. Cruz, Gentry, Napoli, and Torrealba. Now with just 1 at bat apiece. Beltre again, a foul off to the right, and he stays alive at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Adrian Beltre fighting tooth and nail with Sean Doolittle. The 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Left-hander's ready to go. It's on the way. And again, pot foul. This one might stay in play. Moss over right at the railing, leans in, and can't quite come up with it. That was in the 1.5 row, whatever that's called.
And remember, if you're a fan and you're anywhere near a ball like this, you have every right to try to catch it.
Yep.
Especially if it's an opposing player. Now, if it's a Ranger player, let them try to catch it. But the opposing player, you can knock his glove right off if you want. Or at least try to catch it before it goes in his glove.
And Beltre, another foul ball. So Adrian spraying souvenirs around the right side of Rangers ballpark in Arlington pretty liberally here. 11 pitches in the at-bat, and count still 2-2. He's forcing Sean Doolittle now to throw his 38th pitch, which might have a say in how available Doolittle is for the rest of this series, or at least for the next couple of days. And Beltre gone on strikes. 95 mile an hour down and away, and Adrian couldn't catch up with. Rangers get a couple of hits in the innings, but Strand 2, and it's going to be Joe Nathan time when we come back. Rangers leading the Athletics 7-6. We head to the 9th on Fox Sports Southwest. On Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. You want to break up with a vehicle that's breaking down? Then head to your Texas Ford dealer and drive the best in Texas. And by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Well, the crowd, almost 34,000, 33,927 for the most part, hanging around. They want to see Joe Nathan and the Rangers close out this game. And Joe Nathan on for the 34th time this year.
Well, pretty gaudy numbers. He's got his ERA back down below 2, 41 strikeouts and 3 walks. And tough save right here. 1-run game, middle of the lineup coming up.
Jamal Weeks, the number 2 hitter in Bob Millman's order of things, will start things off. And it'll be Josh Reddick and Yoenis Cespedes. First pitch from Nathan. That's in and over for strike 1. Weeks 0 for 4 tonight. He is grounded out twice and flied out twice. Nathan back to the plate. And a fastball knee-high outside corner. It's 0-2. Jamal Weeks 1 out of 2 against Joe Nathan. And a single in his only successful at bat against the 37-year-old closer. Yeah, he's tired of waiting and he backs out. Oh, 0-2 as Weeks gets back into the batter's box. Nathan back to him. And that hard breaking ball down and in.
Well, just in case he swung at that, which you see a lot of guys swing at that pitch. Torrealba was all over that ball, smothering it in front of him.
Nathan ready to work, and Torrealba going through the signs. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off the gear of Yorvi Torrealba. It's still a ball and 2 strikes. Well, Nathan, the best strikeout to walk ratio, that 13.67, or I should say 41-3 strikeout to base on ball. That's the best of any reliever in the major leagues. Again, the 1-2 just missed off the outside part. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nathan has converted his last 15 save opportunities consecutively. 17 for 18 this year. 2-2 pitch to Weeks. And he missed high. It's 3-2.
Well, that'd be pretty close. Let's take a look. Borderline. A little bit outside, maybe. Weeks has a pretty good eye at the plate. He's only hitting .221, but his on-base percentage is .316 because he's walked 35 times.
Nathan taking a lot of time out there as Torrealba cycling through the signs. And Weeks, tired of waiting, backs out. Now Nathan ready, to the wind he goes. Got him on the fists. A ground ball hit slowly out to Ian Kinsler. Easy play for the Rangers second baseman. Boy, Nathan really.
He's got so many pitches, Buzz.
Man.
He throws the big curveball for a strike. He throws the hard slider down that he didn't swing at, and then it looked like a cutter right in on his fists.
Now, before Joe faces Josh Reddick, let's check in with Dana Larson up in the Captain Morgan Club. Dana?
Buzz, coming up after the game, the post-game show. We'll have clubhouse reaction here from Ron Washington. Get you ready for Matt Harrison tomorrow. Angels highlights. They were homer happy tonight. And also some Mavericks NBA draft coverage. So join me, Mark McLemore, and our very special guests that we have here with us on the set tonight. It is the Rangers Nolan Ryan Snow Monkey giveaway. You'll want to see that. We'll give you a little preview of it coming up right after the game.
All right, Dana, appreciate it. Where's our snow monkey?
I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah. No. I guess there it is. Who do you have to know? You have to know Nolan to get one of those, don't you?
That's right. You got to know Nolan to get one of these. I got extra security up here tonight because these are highly coveted.
Yeah.
They're giving them away on Sunday.
Okay. Now the count has gone 3-0 now to Josh Reddick. A couple of fairly close pitches that were called balls, and Joe Nathans now is going to have to come back against Reddick. That solo home run came in the first inning against Scott Feldman. Reddick's 18th of the year. Nathan with a 3-0 pitch. And that fastball is high. And Joe Nathan, one of the rare walks, just his 4th of the year.
Well, I guess if you are going to walk a guy, and Joe doesn't want to walk anybody and hardly does, but if you are, one of the guys you would walk is a home run hitter in a one-run game. And that's Josh Reddick. He's a home run hitter. He's got one tonight. He's got 18 on the season. So now you just have to pitch around that walk.
Well, that'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes, who is 2 out of 3 tonight. He has driven in a couple. Pair of singles and a walk. Cespedes, the rookie center fielder / designated hitter. He and Leonis Martin, the 2 center fielders on the Cuban National Club. And a breaking ball is cut on the outside corner for strike 1. There's Leonis out there in center.
Well, Joe will throw that pitch, which looks like a cutter, at 89 miles an hour. He'll throw another hard slider that breaks more down, a little slower. He likes to throw down and into left-hand hitters, and then he's got the slow curveball that he'll throw too. So a lot of variations of a breaking ball.
Nathan's check of first. Long look, now the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, call, strike at the knees on the outside corner.
The pitch he got Weeks with looked like a cutter. Ran it right in on his fist, hit him off the handle with it.
Cespedes has not faced Nathan. He was hurt in the second game of that series out there in Oakland. Injured that hamstring against the Rangers. He's back in there now, though, DHing and down on the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Nathan back to him. Breaking ball in the dirt. It gets away from Torrealba. Down to second is Reddick, and a big turn. He hangs on there. Oh, it'd be a wild pitch charged to Joe Nathan. That ball coming straight up out of the dirt and bounded over Yorvi Torrealba. Never gave him a chance to get his chest protector on it.
Well, he's trying to make a great pitch, go for the strikeout, keep it away from any type of a pitch he could make contact with. Unfortunately, it was a pitch that Torrealba couldn't block, and now the tying runs in scoring position. It's a little hairy right here.
And now you got to be careful with Cespedes. As hot as he has been in run scoring situations, you know, you hate to think about walking the go-ahead run semi-intentionally, but you do have first base open. The 1-2 pitch, loop to right field. That's going to fall for a hit. Gentry coming on, and stopping at third is Reddick. So Cespedes just looped one into right field. I mean, just reached out. That pitch was probably 6 inches off the plate, and the young center fielder went out and got it, dunked it in for a base hit. And there are runners at the corners and just one out with Seth Smith coming up.
No, you can't find fault with that pitch. I mean, that's exactly where he tried to throw the pitch. Somehow Cespedes got the end of the bat on it and dropped it into right field.
So the A's coming back time after time against Ranger pitching tonight. They have the tying and go-ahead runs on base. Seth Smith, a sacrifice fly his last time up. That was in the 7th inning. Reddick at third, Cespedes at first. And the first pitch is low for ball 1. Mike Gallego, the third base coach, going through a series of signs. Gallego on the left of your screen. Josh Reddick, the runner at third, and Yoenis Cespedes, the runner at first. Nathan with a 1-0 pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? It hit him.
He swung at it though.
But they're gonna say
go back to first. He swung at that pitch.
they're going to say he's got to go back there, motioning Cespedes back to first.
Yeah, he swung and missed.
Yeah.
It might have hit him, but he swung and missed at it.
Right.
So you can't advance on that.
No, the ball's dead once it hits the batter, and if he swung at it, it's a strike. So Cespedes has to go back to first base, and Bob Melvin checking with home plate umpire Greg Gibson just to find out exactly what you're talking about. You can see it clearly hit him in the back leg.
You talk about that type of a pitch. When you say that they'll swing at it occasionally, that's like the ultimate example of it there. That ball's about 3 feet inside and in the dirt. Hit him in the back leg and he swung at it.
So the upshot of it is it's 1 ball and 1 strike, and one very sore left leg for Seth Smith. Nathan to the plate. Swinging strike 2. Now, I would think that would make it a little bit tough to have good swings at Nathan, wouldn't it, Tom? If your back leg just got punked?
Well, it depends how bad it hurts. It depends where it hits you, I guess.
And the crowd really getting into it now. They want to see this second out put in the books. A ball and 2 strikes. Nathan comes set after okaying the sign, and a bluff to third and looks back to first. Just to see if Cespedes might be moving on first movement, but he was not. Torrealba going through the signs and Nathan reading him. Big right-hander's ready one more time. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. In the dirt, and with a runner at first, he can't advance. A big strikeout as Nathan went with that hard breaking ball that time, Tom, down in the dirt and got the strikeout.
Yeah, he's going for a strikeout all the way. He does not want the ball put in play. And so he got him to swing at 2 hard breaking balls down in the dirt. One actually hit him. That one blocked beautifully by Torrealba. In between those pitches was a perfectly located fastball down and away for a strike. And now we are 1 out away from pitching out of a major jam. But you got a veteran hitter up there, and you got to make some pitches to him too.
Brandon Inge with 1 hit in 4 trips tonight. Inge 1 for 17 in his career against Joe Nathan. Inge a .214 hitter, and the first pitch outside. So this is the one guy in the Oakland lineup that Joe Nathan has a pretty good book on as far as numbers of at-bats against him. Next closest, Coco Crisp, has 11 at-bats, but Inge 17 official at-bats along with 3 walks, so 20 plate appearances, 7 strikeouts. That 1 hit by Inge, a double. Torrealba conferring with Nathan. Inge back in. Reddick the runner at third. Cespedes at first. The 1-0 on the way. Tapper hits slowly to short. Andrus charges, throws, and that'll do it.
Wow. That was
Joe
a 4-hour nail biter.
You aren't kidding. Joe Nathan works around first and third, 1 out in the 9th inning. Gets the job done, and the Rangers win their 3rd ball game in a row. A 7-6 final over the Oakland A's. Joe Nathan, he earned that one.
Boy, I'll say he earned it. Put
himself into a tough spot. But the A's put him into a tough spot too, and Nathan getting congratulations all around. 3 hours and 54 minutes after we threw the first pitch tonight. The Rangers doing the handshake line as they head back into the dugout and to the clubhouse.
He makes a good slider. Inge is out in front of it. Elvis very sure-handedly and on the run makes a simple play. And the Rangers pick up a win in the first game of the series against a very tough opponent. The A's are playing good baseball right now. They're getting timely hits. Their pitching might have not been up to what it has been the last 3 weeks, but that was a great game. They didn't give up in that game. Rangers took a 3-run lead, and they came storming right back.
So Scott Feldman gets the win, the starter who went 5+ innings. He moves to 2-6. Joe Nathan with his 18th save tonight. And let's go down to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Buzz. Yeah, Joe Nathan with his 18th save. That was a little close at the end, but, you know, you get the feeling with Joe Nathan on the mound, you're going to get the third out.
Exactly. He's done it his whole career. It's fun to have him on our team, and he does a great job.
Talk about your play, David. You're heating up right now. 2 more hits tonight, 2 more runs batted in. Let's see, the last 15 games, you're hitting .418.
Tonight's one of those nights where I just found holes. I didn't hit the ball too hard, but you know, I was fortunate. And some days that's the way the game goes. So I'll take it.
I know it's a long season, but when you're going against division teams like Oakland, this is big when you start out with a victory here.
They've played us well all year long. This is a big series. We've talked about succeeding in our division, and like you said, I mean, it's good that we could start this series off on the right foot.
Dave, appreciate the time. Thank you, Steve.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Well, the Rangers again win 7-6 tonight. They win their 3rd ball game in a row. We'll be right back to wrap this up from Rangers Ballpark in Arlington on Fox Sports Southwest.